free to ping me. And yeah, happy to.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well. So you should have received an email and hopefully send it out to you. It's just a recap of kind of bills of importance and a quick summary of activities in the budget. So as you know, this is a short session. This was a short session this year. This is a 60-day session. We are a 2-year biennium state operating system. So in the long session, in our odd years, we go 105 days, and the job there is to establish the 2- and 4-year biennium budgets for the upcoming 2- and 4-year periods of time. And then this last session, which short session, we just focused on supplemental budgets and making sure that we as a state, we can't go into deficit. So we need to make sure all our dollars and pennies line up. And actually, we won't be lining up pennies anymore. State legislation was just passed for
rounding.
Yeah, rounding up and rounding down.
It's gone. It's over.
Yep, exactly. So gone are pennies. So never thought I'd do the day in the state legislature. So what I'd like to do, if that's okay, is just kind of read over the document that I emailed to you. And if you have questions as they pop up, feel free to ask and interrupt. Otherwise, I'll take questions at the end as well. So the session ended on March 12th. Just went over kind of what our primary role was. In a short session as well, we also take on the bills that didn't pass in the first year of the session as well. So we had about 3,000 bills that we went through, and there's about a 10% success rate on the bills. So about 294 bills were passed and will be signed by the governor. In the budgets, normally we pursue capital budget items through our legislators. This is kind of a special opportunity where our legislators get to advocate for budget items that are important to their constituents or their cities. And this year, thanks primarily to Representative Simmons' leadership, we asked for $285,000 for the Stevenson Canyon Park off-leash dog park. The final number is 294 though, because the Department of Commerce gets a 3% cut. So every request gets bumped up by about 3%. So the final number is 294.
Right on.
So yeah, we're excited about that. And one of the reasons Representative Simmons did it, fought so hard for it, is not only because of her own personal appreciation for animals, but she was very close to Representative Sherry Appleton, and kind of did it in her honor and with that vision in sight. So that was really neat. The city was also allocated $3 million for the Bremerton Belfair sewer line extension. This is not new money. This is basically a reallocation of money that was earmarked for the Belfair wastewater system to use and push through. But there was some frustration with how they were progressing. And so the legislators that advocated for that initial money felt that the Bremerton Public Works Department would do a better job of moving that along and keeping that process moving. So that was a nice little chunk that landed in our lap. And that will be the sewer line that runs from the Port of Bremerton area industrial park all the way to the Belfair sewer facility. The supplemental transportation budget, the governor came out with some idealistic plans to have $1 billion allocated to our ferry system and actually push for 3 more ferries to be built. This actually would have benefited the Bremerton-Seattle route. But the way he was getting that funding done was through bonding. And the House in particular was not a big fan of the bonding process, because we would have had to bond about $3 billion because of the overall package that the governor wanted to introduce. And the legislature felt that there were some more immediate needs that needed to be accomplished, such as maintenance and so in the end, they only allocated about $1 billion bonding to those specific projects. They did increase the amount of dollars going into the Safe Routes to Schools program and the pedestrian and bicycle safety programs in the amount of roughly $33 million for each of those programs. I know that Bremerton has been successful in getting money in the past. We started with the View Ridge program at $6.5 million is chugging right along. And I know that I don't know if the Public Works Department is going to pursue any additional grant funding in the current cycle. So I'll be checking with Chance and his team to figure that out. So let's see here. One of the things that I know the council was aware of and had some concerns about was the Warren Avenue Bridge pedestrian improvement funding. And what had occurred was the way that they do their budgets, they didn't on paper move the money forward. And so Senator Hansen's office was very, very helpful in ensuring that that money was moved forward the way it was supposed to be moved forward. And so there are no concerns with the funding for either the 1.85 million initial money and the 25 million for the actual project work. So yeah, so that's chugging right along.
Great work.
Thank you. Yeah, no, and that's kind of an Emily Randall legacy project. Her and Senator Rolfes at the time, Senator Rolfes teamed up and secured that $25 million in the first place. So that's really neat to see that kind of chugging along. And then operating budget, just high level type stuff on that. They, as I said previously, they have to balance their budget every year. So there was a shortfall of money, but not as bad as they had thought it would be. So the amount of cuts and items like that weren't as drastic. I know some childcare program funding was cut that upset some folks, but they really kind of used some trickery, budget trickery, where they swept $375 million from the Public Works Assistance account.
Yeah.
And that's a program that a lot of cities rely on. I know Bremerton has been a beneficiary of that previously. I don't think any of our projects I know for a fact none of our projects are affected by that. So don't worry about that, but it will make it a little bit more challenging if we do need to pursue additional money in the near term. 880 million was taken from the rainy day fund, which makes our rainy day fund one of the lowest in the country. So that's a little bit troubling.
That's ironic.
Yeah.
A little bit.
And then the trickiest maneuver that was pulled was the left one pension, which funds the retirement and medical costs for police and fire. This is one of the original pension funds that were established, and so it's not an active pension fund in that no new employees are being put into it, but it has done so well that it was valued at like $3 billion. And the reality is that they only need about $1.5 billion to meet the future costs of the remaining left one pensioners. And so they took 880 million from that fund and allocated that into the general fund. One of the frustrating things for cities, though, is that the cities contributed to the left one pension back in the day, right? So we were fighting, not successfully, to have some of that money come back to the cities. But yeah, so that was how they kind of figured that one out. They're hoping that revenue forecasts will improve over the next couple of years. One of the other things that they're going to rely on is the millionaire's tax. This was passed, and it was a pretty nasty fight, both in the Senate and in the House. A lot of those that would have supported the tax based on principle were disappointed that there wasn't more revenue that was going to tax breaks, right? So property tax relief or sales tax relief, or those type of things
Instead of new spending.
Yeah, and so the new money that's going to be generated will just go. A lot of that will just go into the general fund, and so there's no strings attached to it. And so it can go to either new programs or to backfill programs. I know that there's a commitment to try to help on some of the childcare stuff. But there's no hard language on that.
And are we looking at, like, is there gonna be additional like litigation to the Supreme Court? I
Yeah.
imagine there will be.
Yeah,
but
so-
capital gains went through, so I imagine this
Right.
is probably gonna be.
This will be a little bit different because the state constitution does classify income as property.
So are they, starting in 2029?
Yes.
So that gives it time to be litigated?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so they were smart in that they didn't budget for any of the new money to be able to be used in the 26, 27, 28 spending years. And so 29 is the first time that they are planning to get that money to come in. They're hoping to get 4 billion annually are the projections.
No sales tax relief, got it.
Yeah.
It gives them plenty of time to move.
Maybe.
Well, you know what? They did it in Massachusetts and they have more millionaires now there.
That's
than they
because
did
of
when they passed the law.
Yeah, there were some arguments and there were some reports and studies that have shown that the Great Migration isn't as bad as projected. There were concerns though that last year there was an estate tax bill that was passed that actually jacked up our rates to the highest in the nation. So if you were passing on more than $9 million, you were going to get hit with a 35% tax. They did realize that might actually have more of an impact on making people move than the income tax. So they actually revoked that legislation and brought it back to our current rates of, I think 19% is our highest rate for the inheritance tax. The good thing, if there is a good thing about this, depending on where you stand, is that thanks to Representative Berg, who is kind of the budget guru on the House, she created a $200 million fiscal health account for cities and counties. The primary reason for doing this is because there is some sales tax reductions that are in the millionaire's tax, primarily focused on personal care items, diapers, those type of necessities that everybody needs. And so anytime that there are sales tax cuts like that, the cities lose their portion of the sales tax as well. And so they created an account for $200 million annually through a computation that I don't understand. We'll come back to the cities and the counties. And one of the things that the cities had really hoped for and was in the original legislation was indigent defense funding. This is obviously, as the state Supreme Court had their recent ruling that will increase the workload of indigent defense. Sorry, back there. That's gonna fall on your lap, Kylie. We had hoped that some of the new money would be sent towards that, but Senator Berg said that she does plan on hopefully directing about 150 million annually in the new revenue to indigent defense, but she didn't want to put it in this particular piece of legislation.
150 for the whole state.
Yeah. So a little challenging. So that'll be,
Out of 4 billion,
yeah, and
Okay.
yeah.
potentially.
So
But I'm,
are there any questions on kind of the budget stuff?
I've got one.
Yeah.
It's $927,000 for Crossroad Village affordable housing?
Yep.
Where's that?
That's a good question. I believe it is a Bremerton housing project. I don't know exactly where it's at though, but that was not something that we were fighting for. That was a grant that they and I believe it's in the 23rd, so that would make it over in East Bremerton.
What are you referencing, Jane?
the crossroads,
The Crossroad, right at the top.
On my bill report that I
The bill
sent out.
report.
I think it's in the county.
I think it's in the county too.
Is it by Brownsville?
Yeah,
Okay.
the one, you know, the one where you're heading down 303.
Okay.
The one by Barker Creek, that one?
Well,
No.
no, you go past Park Creek and where you just keep going until where the golf course, driving range used to be and the mini golf course and all of that.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so it's county.
What a good place for a low barrier shop.
Chambers would be better.
Any other
I'm not
questions on the
bitter.
budget stuff?
Well, I got more questions once it goes through.
On the
this.
legislation stuff, exactly. Okay, so I'm gonna jump into the bills that were passed, a couple of bills that, I'll touch on the bill that I think you folks were tracking that was not passed. This was the, increase in the, vehicle weight, from
Yeah.
6 to 9,000 pounds for our, our benefit districts, our PBDs. Yeah, sorry, I wanted to touch on the one that did not pass, that I know that you folks might have been tracking. That did not pass. That would have generated some more revenue for the TBD program. So
Was there a reason given why I wouldn't, or is it just not, maybe they're the.
They're bigger
disconnect?
vehicles, so it's probably connected with certain industries that they don't want to have to pay transportation benefit
get
district.
more trucking folks that might have a louder voice.
Loud joking.
Yeah.
Is that your instinct as to why that one didn't?
Yeah, the business community probably rose up a little bit and got noisy. And I think that this oddly to say this, but this legislature was not wanting to increase new revenue, although millionaire's tax. But besides that, they kind of
Okay.
avoided anything else that had to do with new revenue. So
Okay, they wanted to get that one through, I
yeah,
guess.
yeah.
Oh my.
So it
Third session.
it made good
Got it.
progress. It was a new bill that was introduced this
Maybe I'll come
session.
back around.
So expect it to come back around and
Okay.
maybe with a longer session.
Focus on the millionaires.
Ability to kind of negotiate it out a little bit more, you might have some luck. So anyway, the fun issue that I had to deal with for most of the session had to do with two bills in particular. The step housing bill, House Bill 2266, which requires cities and with urban growth areas to allow transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, indoor emergency housing, and indoor emergency shelters in appropriate zones, and prohibits more restrictive local standards than those for similar developments. It also mandates administrative design review, allows contracts and limited certification requirements for providers, and requires jurisdictions to meet projected shelter needs. Local comp plans must be updated to incorporate the act within 2 years.
Nice.
So what we're seeing in the legislature right now is the far left and the far right are actually teaming up and coming at cities in regards to the housing issue, the housing crisis, and the homelessness issue. And it's really easy to put the blame for a lack of housing or a lack of shelter space on the city's laps.
Right.
And so,
We don't have any examples of this in our.
right. And so what ends up happening though is that there are a few cities, one in this county, I won't name,
So you can call us
that-
in the paper.
and a few other cities that are known for making it really hard for residential development or shelter facilities.
Yeah.
And so the legislature takes one bad apple and lays it all out on us. Because the other bill that's a prime example is Senate Bill 6026, which was passed. This requires for cities to allow for residential development to be put on first floor development. So a lot of cities, including ours, encourage in
Mixed use.
mixed use and commercial zones to have first floor retail or first floor commercial, right? The city of Bremerton, in talking with Andrea, I learned a lot about this issue. The city actually allows developers to not have to do that requirement in a lot of the projects that are approved. But this legislation will now actually force us to allow for residential to occur on the first floor of these type of developments in mixed use and commercial zones. The caveat is that we do get to exempt up to 40% of our mixed use commercial zones to still have the requirement of first floor retail. And we also don't have to do first floor. We can still require first floor retail in our tip zones as well. So we have one, I believe, one tip zone. And so that area won't be touched. And so we'll have to figure out what 40% we want to still require the residential or commercial to be included. So, this was definitely a fight. At one point, we had 50% exemption for our entire city footprint, which wouldn't have been a problem because I believe that we only have 11% of our area is commercial and mixed use or something like that. So the negotiations went back and forth, and this is what we finally fell on. On a separate issue, I was talking to Kylie about state. What are the state's plans in regards to implementing some of these components? And there's some confusion both on 2266 and 6026 about what some of these requirements actually mean. And so we will have to wait to have Department of Commerce provide us some direction on that. So very challenging times for our planning departments. And I can guess that they're probably pretty frustrated by these pieces of legislation as they go through. So, yes.
So we're still waiting on interpretation, but what becomes problematic specifically about this with our permitting as it is? The biggest changes are the exemptions of 40%, but aren't you already kind of?
It's going to be an ongoing conversation with the state, essentially on the comprehensive plan being counted. We have to plan for jobs and housing. And if the state potentially takes away that ability to require commercial, that kind of inhibits our job to meet job goals. So there are some options at the PSRC, KRCC level that we can explore. The Department of Commerce has urged us to do that in the future when the comp plan comes around in about 10 years. So we've got plenty of time to kind of figure this out. Planners might be, swooning and a little nervous, but there's time to figure it out for it.
And Garrett does have a very good relationship with the Department of Commerce. I know
Sure he does.
Good conversations with them, trying to figure out what are the next steps, how we move forward. So, and Garrett was extremely helpful during the legislative session in providing me a lot of information and responding to a lot of my inquiries at random hours in regards to impacts of these two particular bills and how they would specifically impact our city. So thank you for the time that you put into that. I know that that's not part of your job description, so I appreciate that.
Really quickly, may I elaborate just on that question? Does this count towards repurposing or redevelopment of currently existing buildings, or is this just new developments, like new housing developments, new projects? Like if it's a
redevelopment. So if you're knocking down a building, it'll be new code. Like Brian was saying, we're looking for our partnership with Department of Commerce. When that kind of legislation comes out, usually they have some guidance in the year afterwards or so to kind of flesh out the cracks.
And this goes into effect when? I'm sorry.
This should go into effect probably July 1st.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So
It'd be interesting to focus in and see what the impact of this piece of legislation would have on the Harrison Heights sub-area plan, since that was developed really with both housing and jobs to try to replace some of those jobs we lost. But to really portray in your future conversations with the legislature what this impact really means.
So, Rick, you're next.
I It only applies to incorporated cities, not to the county.
I believe it impacts the county as well.
You said cities, so is
Right,
it,
I just focused on the cities when, in my conversation with you.
but it does apply to the county. The legislation applies to counties as well.
I would need to double check that.
So,
My focus is the city, so I don't really care what happens.
Either way.
The reason I ask is that,
well,
you
it
know,
says
we.
requires cities and planning counties within urban growth.
Okay, does say counties,
Yeah.
okay.
So I have a question then. If you're saying it can take Department of Commerce up to a year to give you advice or how to follow things, what do we do? Are we in limbo with some of these other things that may affect us?
I'll defer to Garrett on that.
So I would say, you know, maybe if they work at the speed of the legislation requires, the Department of Commerce will stay active. You'll feel safe. So I'm sure they'll put out appropriate guidance within the time frame that meets this legislation. Sometimes they find it more over time, but it depends. I'm glad you're not off.
Or
He should be the
Yeah.
politician.
It sounds problematic, though. I know we have a lot of commercial areas already, though, but a lot of commercial buildings that could be repurposed. I think that's what I'm thinking about, but this is specifically for
We
new
don't have that
development.
Well, and the big concern for a lot of these
Lot of
cities
buildings.
is, you know, a lot of communities are dealing with grocery deserts.
Yes.
You know, and
Right, yeah.
lots of, you know, grocery stores in their communities. And,
Yeah.
you know, you look at a CVS that's, you know, in an area that, you know, to a developer, it looks a lot better on paper to throw up, you know, condominiums, right? And tear down the CVS. So, or the
There's a lot
grocery
of
store.
empty Rite Aids around too.
Right.
And Walgreens.
And a
right?
lot of those
Walgreens,
decisions
yeah.
are made at the national level, right?
Yes.
They're
Yeah.
owned by national entities, and so they're not gonna care about, you know, the community
The
character or anything like that. So, very frustrating, very frustrating.
Frank.
What's that?
That was Frank.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll jump to a piece of good news, a piece of legislation, good news. And I know this is important to you, Councilmember Foxler.
Small works.
Oh, you know,
House-
honored that.
House Bill 2420. This is going to increase small works roster limits. It's actually going to double the amount that the Public Works can, they can go from 350,000 up to 650,000 by July 1st, 2030. And so this is a great relief
It really is. Yeah.
for the Public Works Department. As costs have risen, it's really priced out a lot of those lower cost items. And so it was about time. So this was introduced this year and moved through the process without much complaint. So kind of nice.
But is that just small work roster projects? Or is that the allowable work that our crews can do without putting it
I
out?
thought it was a combo of both, but it might just be on track. So I would have to double check with Public Works on that. So
Yeah, I'd like to check on that, because our crews can do things.
Yeah.
Much better and cheaper
Yeah.
than contractors.
another good piece of legislation that passed was House Bill 2442. This expands the use of local and state housing taxes for operations, maintenance, and rehab of affordable housing, supporting existing units without new revenue. It authorizes a new local sales and use tax of 0.01, basically 0.01, 0.1% to fund services for children and family. I know that on your agenda you were discussing whether to the public safety sales tax increase. I know that was either on your agenda for this week or
The fire
It's
levy
the
lift.
fire levy lift
Oh,
this
okay.
week.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that one's next.
So this is something that as a city council might want to consider as a way to generate revenue for services for children and families. So just another tool in the toolbox, as they like to say. And it also, this bill rolled into it, House Bill 2224, which is of interest to the city because it allows a city that establishes a voter-approved single city fire protection district. So right now, the city is its own fire department funded through the city, right? This would allow for the fire district to create its own taxing authority and either broaden its boundaries a little bit or stay within the city of Bremerton boundaries. but the great news about this is that if it were to create a fire protection district, it gets to keep its tax revenue authority instead of lowering its tax levy dollar for dollar as it currently works. So right now, if you were to increase the city is only allowed a finite amount of levy dollars, and so and I don't remember what the number is. It's
No, it's less than that.
it's less than that. So
290, I think.
a new fire protection district would no longer draw money from the city coffers. It would have its own additional taxing authority. So this would be a potentially positive item to free up money within the city budgets. If the city were, or if the fire district were to choose to go to a public fire district. So
And that would be through a vote of the people.
I believe that that's how it has to happen. Yes, I would have to double check that. So,
Voter approved
Oh.
single city fire protection district.
there we go. Voter approved. Thank you.
I would love if public
Thank
safety.
you for reading
could-
my notes. Sorry.
Gotta flush all of this out.
Would public safety be okay with delving into that? Where is that? Feels like that would be a lot of money to the fire department.
Why would it be? I think it'd be good for
Without
them
the
to look at it.
Without the support of the general fund to balance out.
Carry on, Brad.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, that was your line.
Yeah, I know. That's okay.
One of the unique bills that was passed this year was led by Representative Addison Richards. This has to do with derelict vessels. I know that the city of Bremerton, with its water boundaries, has dealt with this issue over the years, especially with our marina. This just gives the Department of Natural Resources more options when it comes to seizing and removing derelict vessels. And so it makes it just a little bit easier. It doesn't increase funding for the derelict vessel program or anything like that. It just gives it.
It does, they're not charging them more. I think they had charged $7.50 a year to register both the derelict
Yeah,
vessels.
yeah, there was new money put into that program, I want to say 2 years ago, which helped. But DNR says that doesn't come close to meeting the need.
Yeah, I mean, Mayor, maybe you have a good idea how much it costs to remove that derelict tug that's on. I mean, it was millions.
Well, the one we're getting ready to contract with?
No, the one that sunk at the marina.
Yeah,
Did we ever get a final figure of how much? I mean, I know it didn't cost us personally,
Right.
but
I have not heard that one. It was easily in the money.
Yeah.
Mobilized for so many days.
yeah, there's derelict boats all over the place.
So kudos to Representative Richards for taking that one on. I know that a lot of Kitsap cities and the county were actively participating in supporting that bill. So jumping to Senate Bill 6066, this is crash prevention zones, creating crash prevention zones on high-risk road corridors. The bill allows the Washington State Patrol and local law enforcement to increase enforcement and use of automated traffic safety cameras to catch speeding. Revenue from these new camera citations would fund engineering studies and roadway safety improvements within those zones. The legislation also doubles penalties for using a personal electronic device while driving in these areas. And so just, I don't know.
So the Gorse curve has gotta hit that one.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know what warrants the crash prevention zone.
What's a high risk road corridor?
That's a good question. And maybe it's up to the law enforcement to figure out. If there are areas that the city is interested in looking at this, then I'm happy to dig into this a little bit more and figure that out. So
Warren Avenue.
yeah. Yeah.
Snyder.
So they can see if you're using an electronic device, but they can't capture like
Facial images.
bio data.
No.
But they can capture if you're holding your phone or.
No, so the cameras wouldn't be for the mobile devices. It's just saying that if you are caught using a mobile device in these safety zones by a police officer, then
If you're pulled over.
yeah, then the infraction would be more double you could increase
Thank
it
you.
by twice the amount. So
Is there any push on allowing pictures to be taken again to prove that somebody is like speeding in the zone or red light camera? Because the legislation that was passed years ago, when the judge got caught with his friend in the car and they quit allowing pictures.
I am not aware of that,
It's true. I mean, that's what,
but
do you want to comment on that?
Certain city streets are designated as part of the state highway system, so we got a shot.
Warren Avenue. We have
Later.
great.
so, but jumping to a similar issue,
Mhm.
the automated license plate reader regulation, Senate Bill 6002, it makes the job of our cities and law enforcement that utilize license plate reading technology. It provides some more restrictions on how that information can be used, for how long it can be held. I believe it's 14 deletion within 21 days. And it limits who that information can be shared with. And of course, as far as use for civil immigration enforcement. And so it had strong bipartisan support. I know that the cities were fighting to make sure that certain items like parking enforcement, those type of items could still continue on without much restriction. So since I'm talking law enforcement, I'll jump down to Senate Bill 5855. This is banning law enforcement face coverings. The legislature approved restricting law enforcement, including federal immigration agents, from wearing face coverings while interacting with the public.
I was gonna,
And there are exceptions. So if you have enough identification of who you are on your body, then you can have face coverings. If you're part of the SWAT group, you can have face coverings, PPEs, so masks for medical reasons, or religious covering. And so let's see here.
Mosquito fleet.
Yeah, mosquito fleet. So this was an interesting one. Poor Greg Nance. He's got a great vision of basically allowing municipalities throughout the state, whether it be port district or cities or counties, to basically follow the Kitsap Transit model and allow for these additional communities to create additional foot ferry system. And so going back to the old days of the 1920s through whatever, where little ferries
Very
would hop from community to community. And he had great support in the House, took it over to the Senate, and the chair of the Senate Transportation Committee, Senator Elias, did not like it, or did not like Representative Nance. We are still trying to figure out whether it was personal or based on the legislation. And he added amendments that basically killed the bill, and just bogged it down, and actually would have impacted our current Kitsap Transit operations, and just made it extremely challenging. And Representative Nance fought till the last day of session to try to get the Senate to remove that amendment, and they did not. So Representative Nance is very, very passionate about this, so I can see this coming back up. So
Just the Gillen Doty, KT's Kitsap Transit lobbyist, I sent you guys his report, which also talked about this.
Yeah.
From a different.
yeah. And then the last item on the report is addressing Senate Bill 5880. This was one that the city of Seattle was pushing through. This allows for municipalities to contract with private toxicology labs to help ease the burden of the DUI cases that are waiting to get their toxicology done in the state toxicology labs. And so this will allow cities and counties to contract with private labs. So that's a positive as well. And for some reason I think I was so excited about the public works roster, issue that I put it in my report file. So yeah, that's kind of the situation. As I said, earlier in my presentation, cities are going to kind of continue to be under attack. Definitely on zoning issues and housing issues and, shelter issues. So expect that to continue next session. We were really frustrated with how Senate Bill 6026 came about. The governor's office, Lieutenant Governor Denny Heck in particular, worked very closely with the master builders to develop the legislation without any input from cities until the bill was released at the first week of the session. And so that's not usually how you want to do business. And so we were really frustrated with how that came to be. So we'll just kind of have to be a little bit more diligent before the session starts this next year to make sure that something like that doesn't happen again.
Can you discuss a couple of these? Like,
Yeah.
what is under law enforcement a blue envelope program?
A blue envelope program is developed. It's a situation. So if you are a person with autism or special needs, but you're a licensed driver, you're able to show law enforcement if you get pulled over, identification that you have these, that you might be responding to the directions of the police officer differently because of your situation.
So is that something that they would get from their doctor?
That's a great question. I did not dig into that too deep. And so I don't know how you qualify for that or how to get that. It's interesting.
Yeah, we have a lot of residents here with differing abilities.
Yeah.
Well, just getting pulled over, or maybe it's even any interaction on the street.
Potentially. Yeah, I don't know if it's a card that you carry with you that you can, if you run into a police officer on the street or at a protest or whatever, then you can show that.
So the bill that, and I'm not sure this could be it, the Senate Bill 5974, the one, my understanding is it was requiring anybody who was running for sheriff to actually have the credentials to be
Yeah.
qualifications to
Yeah.
be in law enforcement.
Yeah, that bill passed. And that, not surprisingly, was opposed by actually all Waspec state police, state sheriffs and police chiefs association, even though it was directed at just a few specific sheriffs in our state. There are a few sheriffs that are called constitutional sheriffs, where they feel that they aren't responsible to adhere to state law, only federal law. And so this bill was developed to try to rein that in a little bit and reinforce that state law should take precedent. And so it would create a committee to see if somebody.
So it was the way that they were saying, I mean,
Yeah.
because there's been I've seen a lot of back and forth, so I'm not really sure why, like a police chief, who typically would rise up the ranks.
Right.
Why they would oppose that.
It's more of a kind of a standing with your brother
Maybe
situation.
just less regulation, less fingers in there. That's my guess. Yeah.
And it's not uncommon for like, if the counties are being unfairly punished, that cities would come in and come into their support, back them up if they're being bashed in the legislature. So this would be a similar situation. So, yeah.
Okay.
So could you just talk briefly about 6002, like the driver privacy? If not,
Oh, so that's the automated license plate reader bill.
okay.
Yeah.
And it restricts it to you were
21
previously-
days.
Yeah, it limits how long you can hold on to it. Yeah, Kylie, there's a couple of issues on that one that I think you're already getting frustrated with. Okay. Yeah, because there were some concerns about how it impacts our ability to ticket
For parking, yeah.
Exactly. The silence, that's a good sign. Yeah.
So under the planning, I didn't see in your briefing, it was House Bill 2304, it's the condominium warranties. Is
Yeah.
that something that we should be thinking about too? Because we know that our planning department is just bogged down. They have a ton of things going on, but looking at that and just kind of reading over the overarching of it, it seems like there could be a lot of business coming your way. So sorry, Garrett, on
Yeah.
some of these things that, are we anticipating a significant amount of business being held, especially if we're talking about types of buildings are now being opened up. We have a lot of vacant buildings that perhaps were only thought of one way that now people could be looking in a different way.
Yeah, I'm sure that planning will get additional work. That bill that you're specifically talking to it was pushed by condominium developers because they felt that they were restricted in their ability to build more condominiums because of how they're held liable down the road.
For building a good product.
Yeah, yeah, and so this cleaned that up a little bit, and so I could see the city experiencing a few more condominium projects, as a result of that. So, yeah.
I guess the lawsuits in Florida started scaring them. Buildings
Yeah,
started
when one
sinking to the ground.
collapses
Yeah.
completely, yeah.
Come to our cars.
No.
This is something that I've noticed since coming on to council when I first came on. I don't think I really appreciated the extent of your role and truly bringing the municipality perspective to the table. Because I think often our state legislators, like we all do, sometimes have great ideas for solutions, and they are not aware of some of the impacts that it's going to have to a city. And so I think I appreciate more now than when I first came on your role and truly how important it is.
Well, I think having a legislative office manager who stays really involved too is really helping to inform council a lot better.
Absolutely, definitely.
Yeah, and it's been a pleasure working with Ann.
We like
for the last 9 months, so thank you.
That's who we were talking about.
Yes, I figured it.
Brian, how long have you been a lobbyist? for the
Since
city of
2016, so coming up
he
on
knows-
10 years.
Yep, a decade.
And,
Thank you
and,
for your service
and
to
for
us.
the new ones, I am a Bremertonian, graduated from View Ridge, graduated from, Bremerton High, Olympic College.
Nice.
Parents, my dad worked at Olympic College for 30 years. So I remember riding my bike over the Warren Avenue Bridge, my
Well, and as an adult,
Before they
you've
put
been
the
so,
fences up.
you've been so supportive of the community. I can remember we were looking for a jersey or something at the YWCA.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
it was Brian who came through, you never know what your lobbyist is doing in his spare time.
Yeah, no, and I had the great honor of working for Congressman Norm Dix 5 years. Got to be involved in some really cool projects in downtown. So, yeah, good stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for the presentation. It was great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
For all you do. Okay.
Are you
Next.
caught up on rest?
What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I went to spring training last week, so I got started.
Next, I'd like to welcome Planning Manager Garrett Jackson here to discuss items B1 and B2. And I'm sorry, but I forgot your consultant.
Oh, and this is Doug Jordan. Or this will be Doug Jordan in a moment.
I know, I saw him out in the hallway earlier, so I know he was here.
Okay, and just as a quick, wanted to pass these down. This is a pretty big document, so let's just provide some quick reference points if they're in the packet, page numbers. So for draft code revisions based on council comments, it provides some page numbers there. Response matrix. Comments from Councilmember Colorado, Radlowski, and Mockler. Draft CAO, draft landscaping, draft S&P, just a starting page for each one of those.
Oh, did you get the short chair? Do you
They
want to?
did. No.
Sorry.
Gotta keep you in your place.
Fair enough.
I
So
gotta get rid of that chair.
I don't have a
I usually try to
presentation.
get it to.
You don't have a presentation?
I don't have a presentation for tonight. I figured tonight would be more just discussion on any items that the council wanted to shine a light on, discuss more. I figured we'd go through the comment matrix. And I guess the first thing that I should point out is this is no longer in preparation for a public hearing next week. The Department of Ecology needed some additional time to review the SMP. And so we will be bringing this to a public hearing once they're finished with their review. But it's not for public hearing next week. This is information only tonight. So this is just an opportunity for council members to chat through these discussion points.
And is that all three discussion points or just the shoreline management plan? That is.
Yeah, all three, absolutely. So as far as format is concerned, I figured that the comment matrix, which is this table here, array and responses, that we kind of go through that. And then I have the question or comment like boiled down to a sentence or two. So I figured that I would give my brief synopsis of that comment, provide the staff response, and then provide the council member the other comment to, or anybody to follow up on more information that might be needed. Okay. So just in the interest of time, I'll just scoot right along. So the first comments that we got were from Councilmember Camarada, and that first question is why are these three separate zoning code amendments being presented concurrently? And really, it's been staff stance through the comprehensive plan update process that once the comp plan's done, we're going to go right into SMP CAO landscaping. So there's many a public comment provided by staff that was our intention. That there was a lot of questions about SMP CAO and landscaping during the comp plan process, and letting people know we're doing that immediately after the comp plan. I think this also came with a comment that this is so much to review in one sitting.
Yeah.
And that was our feeling when we were doing the comp plan. We could have done it all at that time, but it seemed too much. And so we broke it up into these large pieces. The comp plan was a ton of information to review also. It's not uncharacteristic that you get large documents to review at the council level, but that this generally from planning, you'll see it broken up into smaller pieces. But because, comp plan, SMP, CAO, landscaping, we needed that all to be essentially one right after the other, because that's the way we had advertised it, and that's the way we need to be in conformance with our comp plan before. We have been working on this for a long time, for the last 6 months. We've been getting comments from the planning commission, tribal entities, the state. So it's not like this is necessarily new. We've been working on this for some time, and we do have a statutory requirement to adopt before it starts affecting our ability to get grants. So the Department of Commerce, and I believe that's within 6 months of December. We have until like at the end of June, I believe, to adopt that you're understanding too. Yeah. So the Department of Commerce keeps a list of outstanding jurisdictions that aren't in conformance with GMA. And once we get on that list, it can affect our grant funding. So once again, that's why. If hopefully that satisfies, I'd be happy to.
We want to stay off the list.
Well, yeah, they're not.
That's it.
Question. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to have anything up? Okay, great. Next question. Can you provide additional clarification regarding the word for word inclusion of the following language in site plan review requirements? So this is specific to the CAO, where Rod Malcolm from the Suquamish tribe, who is a professional biologist and often, if not always, reviews our habitat management plans. He's had notes over time about how we can make this better. And during this official public comment period, he asked for these additional items to be added into the SMP, or excuse me, CAO, for requirements for what's required in these habitat reports. And honestly, he's the professional. And so we take his word for it. We are required per the state to coordinate our planning efforts with tribal entities. So this is an example of us doing that. Um, and once again, we're required by the state to demonstrate that we plan and protect critical areas. And we have a tribal file just asking us for additional language, and so we accommodated. This could present an administratively burdensome process for applicants. If you live on or near critical areas, it is harder to do permits. You are required to hire a qualified professional to submit a report, and that costs money, sometimes a substantial amount of money, which can be prohibitive to development. And that is the trade-off of developing near critical areas. It can be burdensome and cost prohibitive, and we're just very upfront about that.
That's usually it, like, market drives it. So, people usually pay a little less money
Sure, lands
for
encumbered by
properties
critical
in
areas.
critical areas.
Unless it's a
Which would
shoreline.
offset that
Yeah.
cost.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, which would offset that cost.
There could be a lot of, I think a developer would probably be the person to ask that, but, did you want to, I could try to provide an answer if you.
No.
Okay, and did you have anything further?
Oh, I wasn't as concerned with the word for word inclusion. Some of the synopsis of what my questions were, I even had to go back and be like, what, that wasn't quite, didn't hit the mark for me on some of those. But this one in particular, looking at it, like the language that I was looking at is exactly, and that's what I put in my question, that this language looks like it creates a very restrictive and administratively burdensome process for applicants submitting site plans, which I completely understand we need to in these areas. But the way that it was written is these elements may be required, but then it almost came off as a checklist too. So there was that level of confusion when I'm reading it of, I understand that each piece of property is going to be unique in itself. You can't just make these sweeping comments to it. However, when you have the may language in there, and then you have, it needs this, and this, it's very confusing when you're just reading a single paragraph like that of, even when you purchase a property or you have the ability to do this, your property hopefully better than anybody. So you should be able to kind of figure out, does this apply to you? Does it not? And then looking at some of them, I felt like it was a subjective requirement that from applicant to applicant could vary in interpretation, and also like, some of it, it's the mood. Like if I get you as my planner that's guiding me through it, or somebody else having those subjective terminology in it, to me, again, coupled with may and some of those things lead to some levels of confusion in an area that you are exactly right, that these, we are here to protect these shorelines, and we are blessed to have a lot of them. But, having those kinds of language in there that I understand it needs to be subjective because we're trying to, encompass everybody's properties that may have unique factors to them. But at the same time, it's just a little bit confusing in all of that.
And I respect that. I think the may, like you said, is necessary because on a property by property basis, like maybe we require an endangered species, when there are none on the property. There's provisions for that in the CAO. So not everything in the CAO is going to apply to individual properties. So requiring each portion that's listed wouldn't be appropriate.
Yeah.
So, but the may is defined. May is defined as the director's discretion. So, and the director's choices always need to be supported by facts and information. So, and if an applicant feels that they aren't, they have the right to appeal. Generally, we coordinate with our environmental partners on these decisions to make sure that if we don't have the personnel to be site-specific analysis for habitat, that we have people from the tribe and the state to help us with that decision-making process to make sure that we're making legally defensible decisions, which is what we strive to do.
Okay. I love the appeal process too. That's a wonderful catch-all. You were exactly right.
Clarification on sections B1, B2. What's the functional difference between these newly added items? So this is a code section where if you have an existing single-family home, you can, and it's located inside a critical area buffer. Can you expand it? And Kitsap County has a version where you can expand it laterally, meaning on the side and on the opposite side of the critical area. In discussions with Marlo Powers from the Port Gamble Squam tribe, they thought that was inappropriate to be expanding laterally. So on the side of your building, that would be considered a further intrusion into the critical area that didn't exist before. So they proposed revised language that it be on the opposite side. So to kind of hopefully illustrate what that meant, I provided a
That's
very
helpful.
chat GPT.
I like pictures.
Like away
I
from
loved it. I did.
Yeah.
So just to try to provide an illustration. So it might be hokey, but hopefully it gets the point across. Any other questions on that?
Nope. I didn't realize we were going through my questions like one at a time here. You were like, do you have questions? And I was like, why, yes, I do. Here's 5 pages of my questions. And then
Oh,
you
okay.
answered the questions. And now I feel like we're punishing everybody in this room.
No,
And that's a fair
Question
point
my
too.
No, these are good.
I feel punished.
Okay.
I think it's crazy that you're
Punishment.
presenting
Yeah.
on what you've already submitted.
Okay.
So, but I'd love for us to maybe, that's just one person,
That's
speak
what
up a
my-
little bit. Your
Yeah.
question, was your question answered? Do you want any more?
I
That's all.
disagree. I think everybody who took the time
Sure,
to send questions in,
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
but you're not disagreeing. I mean, you have a different opinion.
I have a
or
different opinion.
yeah.
I do
You make
disagree
it sound
with
like
your
I'm
opinion.
wrong.
But
My
being-
opinion is different.
I have valid feelings.
That being said, if you're interested in just checking in with council members that wrote the comments, and
Yeah.
if they want to discuss or feel there should be code changes, and we could,
That's
skip
what,
over sections, is it, like ask Councilmember Camerata, are the responses adequate? Is there anything that you feel that we should look at for your individual comments and questions that require code
Trying to just
changes?
quickly go through. I'm still having
Or is there anything that you would want to highlight to everybody?
I think this is a good, education, not only for council, but for the public. Some of them do watch.
Okay,
They can read it too.
Yeah.
as directed. So, that being said,
While Christie is reviewing, I just wanted to note that, on the cost responsibility question, you write similar language could be added to the code for, all of these ordinances that we're looking at, landscaping standards, critical aquifer, yada, yada. And just something for you guys to think about later.
no, and that's a great point. So that's kind of, going ahead to what we have on page
Just the
18 and
next question.
19. There are, draft code revisions, that are proposed. Actually, I guess I shouldn't go ahead.
Nope, Christie's on stage.
No, I'm just reviewing because I'm looking at the 3 totally separate. I'm compartmentalizing all 3 of these things. They're separate beings, but I think everything from the critical access area is the first thing we're talking about. My questions have been answered in that particular document
For
with
critical
what was provided.
Okay,
Yeah, including the last thing was just that cost responsibility thing, because I was just concerned with some of the, having to check in with this group, or doing this with this group, are there hidden costs to that,
and that's completely fair. So I'll run you through, typically, we generally do this primarily only for geologically hazardous areas, because we have a lot of resources for those other, critical area types, whether they're with the state or the tribes, people that can, look over our work and help us. But with geologically hazardous areas, typically there isn't a professional that we have available locally that isn't, doesn't charge money. So there's been instances where we've had third-party geotechnical review, and essentially we send that out for an RFP, where here's a project. Give us bids and a proposal on how you would provide third-party geotechnical services. And then we present the applicant with those responding bids. And we go through a collaborative process of choosing one. Those can be expensive. Thousands, more than thousands of dollars. But if your development is located on the edge of a bluff, then if there's a potential risk for public safety, then we will require third-party geotechnical services to review that plan.
Mhm.
So, and there's other instances we don't typically need a third-party reviewer. But that being said, there is on these, on page 18 and 19, language that we could add into the code for third-party review for the code sections that we don't already have it. We don't have it in wetlands, critical aquifers, frequently flooded areas. Beyond that, we have existing language in the other critical areas. The council wants us to put that in the code to make it very clear about who will take the cost of that third-party review, that it is the applicant. Easy to do.
Yeah, I just think, well, the many hats that I wear when, we're doing real estate deals here and people are buying real estate that has any access that would fall underneath this. Those are the thoughts that you have. You walk in and you see a house. We have a lot of older houses and people have visions that they would like to change things or do things. So as clear as you can make it, because they have to do their own research in this before, putting a huge amount of money down on a house in 30 days. That's like the biggest decision you're going to make in your life financially. You make usually in minutes, if not days, to do that. So having that kind of information available, especially when I was seeing things of like, you need to talk to the affected tribes and independent qualified experts and this list of people who you may have to, if in fact there wasn't like those burdens and those costs of talking to those individuals was going to be on the homeowner or anything, just making that very clear in that because there's just a lot of
And that's
different
an
lenses
incredible
we're looking at it.
resource is that those tribal resources and in state, they're free.
That's what you answered that
So-
question. I was like, really? Look at that.
Yeah, every time they're very responsive. It's their job.
Mhm.
Maybe I shouldn't be saying what their job is, but we're very grateful for that resource and that it is free of charge.
Yeah, I was shocked.
So is the information required typical of site plan submissions? And this I believe gets at for site plans and habitat management plans, critical area reports. I think that this comment is getting at the potential that a homeowner might be able to do these reports on their own or the site plans on their own, and that's not possible. So if you're in a critical area, you're hiring a qualified professional to create these reports. That is expensive. Once again, it just goes back to this may be an administratively costly and burdensome process, but when it comes to critical areas, we're required by the state to protect them and have that, make those legally defensible decisions, which require qualified professionals. Relationship to comprehensive plan height changes.
That was in the shoreline management.
Sure. So we'll just move on to the, ready for
Fine,
that
yeah.
conversation? So essentially, there was maybe some questions about the heights that were adopted with the comprehensive plan, and maybe that those conflict with the heights allowed in the shoreline management program, and were those adequately addressed during the comprehensive plan process? Is that a fair synopsis?
It was more, the comprehensive plan made changes, and just speaking on District 3 on this one, there were some height changes that were done. Over on the Manette side, it was allowable under certain circumstances. It could be up to that 65 feet. The change that happened was you can have 65 feet. So that secondary lens of like, under these conditions, we will allow it, was taken off, and it's just allowable now. And then over on this side of the bridge, sorry, I live over there, so I usually point this way. So over here, it's up to 80 feet in areas, near Evergreen Park, something like that, where there isn't those buildings. Right here along Washington, all the heights started coming up. So it's not that odd to think that, the next building that goes up is going to look similar in nature. But we've allowed it in an area that does not have that before. It doesn't fit with anything. And 80 feet is a really big difference from what it once was. And so that was decided through the comprehensive plan, understanding that we're about to, according to the comprehensive plan, have double people in the city of Bremerton, over the next to 2040, I think is what we're counting now. So we're like literally stacking them up. Understanding that was done, the comprehensive plan is done and dusted. I was anticipating the shoreline management plan being like significantly more robust to match that, because I don't feel like, some of those shoreline areas, especially in Evergreen Park or anything, where like I mean, it's really, when you look at a map, it's real small between like where the shoreline is and where some of those height restrictions could change significantly from what's existing there. So that was the only thing I was anticipating, like I said, a much more robust shoreline management plan that was matching what the changes that occurred in the comprehensive plan and making some of these things a bit more restricted. And like we talked about before, like this is not an area we play with because we can damage something very, very quickly when it comes to the environment and take decades to fix it. And so I was hoping for a lot more, whether it's considered restrictive or anything, but just more guidance in this to match some of the comprehensive plan things that we are changing the way that Bremerton is about to look and matching that with the same aggressive nature to make sure that what we have in our shorelines and our environment was being protected with that same gusto. And I feel like with the shoreline management plan, it was like, we changed the language and the verbiage over here, so we need to match it in the shoreline plan. And I was like, where's the aggressiveness? Where's the gusto? Where's the protections for the shoreline management and like critical areas and all of it? It all does go hand in hand, but that same aggressive nature of like, we need to accommodate the folks that are coming, doubling our population with, we need to be the voice for the environment in these areas that we are not playing around. We are not going to allow this development, these things that we know are coming to impact our shorelines in a way that's negative that, again, so easy to damage something, so difficult to get it back once we do it. So.
And I think Evergreen Park is a good example. I know that I believe it mostly used to be a coal fire plant, and that's what's covered now, or some sort of processing, like petroleum
I was
processing.
gonna say, I heard it was like a gas station. I've heard all these things.
Yeah, and
like
so
that
that's, I
area.
think, covered with, I don't know, however many feet of dirt, but anyhow, so, as far as, we have a little picture here and it shows the shoreline jurisdiction. And that's a really good point to, for the public is the shoreline jurisdiction is within 200 feet of the ordinary high water mark generally. So, we have this map here that shows there's very few private properties that are actually within the shoreline jurisdiction outside of city property at Evergreen Park. And say you have say you have a property.
The whiteboard gets used.
Picture.
Planners draw pictures. So say you have a property and this much of it is in the shoreline jurisdiction. That's what applies to the shoreline jurisdiction. So any height restrictions or anything that's in the SMP doesn't apply to the remainder of this lot. So for the portions of this property, of properties where the shoreline jurisdiction extends out past city property, it's fairly slight. So as far as additional protections in the shoreline master program for areas surrounding Evergreen Park, it wouldn't be. I'm not sure that it gets at what you're hoping for.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is. I mean, so speaking of that square, if we have that square and that square in everybody's mind for the last decades has been a 35-foot 3-story house at its maximum. And so we had this 200-foot buffer in that corner is the only corner we're thinking of. Well, now our lens is about to change because we're getting an 8-story building placed on that exact square and saying, but don't worry, environment, that corner is not going to be touched because you're within 200 feet. It's like, well, at the time of that 200-foot buffer, those definitions, what we were all talking about, looking at, very different than what is coming our way.
And I see that as one, I don't think we're relitigating the comprehensive plan.
No.
That was like a 3-year.
No. That was done. Yeah, that's done and dusted.
And particularly for the downtown sub-area plan, where it was, we talked about that, if you're a single family homeowner in the downtown sub-area plan, I mean, it's a rarity that some place that has as many infrastructure improvements, adjacency to the shipyard, ferries, Kitsap Transit, Evergreen Park. The fewer people that you allow access through housing, it becomes more of an equity issue. Particularly, I mean, there's nowhere else in Kitsap that has the amount of infrastructure that our downtown does.
Yeah, not going back on the comprehensive plan. That is done. Those decisions were made. that's where I'm saying I would like to see this just as aggressive with a thought of the process, like for the future and what we're looking at in those changes.
So, and I can say that.
Yeah, it's,
for
I'd like
some-
to comment too, but go ahead.
For multifamily projects and commercial projects, mixed-use projects that are on the shoreline, they're required to have public access with their development. And that's supposed to be the public trade-off, is that yes, you're developing on the shoreline, but whereas you had no right to get to the beach or interact with the shoreline previously, now the public will have a right to access the shoreline via these properties. So that's supposed to be as far as the trade-off is concerned. Yeah, and I'd like to also point out that we have anticipated this in the shoreline master program. In the packet, we have this height restrictions model. And it made it sound like there might be a discrepancy between comp plan heights and SMP heights. SMP heights are naturally lower in the shoreline jurisdiction, and you need to go through a permitting process to raise them up to the height allowed in the zone. So that's a public process for the shoreline substantial development permit process. So once again, providing notification and opportunity for the public to interact.
So one thing that I'd like to bring up, I used to own a house in Minette and it had a beautiful view, and then zoning changed and all these, I call them garage houses, were built and completely blocked my view because the zone changes. And as you're building a city, zoning is going to change. So if somebody used to have a nice 3-story house and it burnt down and somebody buys the property, and if the zoning allows for them to put in 65 feet, they get to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's not like, you know, as long as they're not within the critical area, you know, like say that property there where that little tiny corner, well, that area basically can only have a sidewalk on it pretty much. You know, it's not like the corner of a 8-story building is going to be in that corner, you know, so, right?
I think probably what I'm also hearing is concern that we're putting so many more people, perhaps right on the edge.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
I
that the
agree.
impact of all
Right.
those other people, rather than your single family home or
The wall around
duplex
the
or
water.
whatever, you now have, you
I
know,
was thinking the same.
several
Thank you.
stories. And they have that, they do have an impact.
Mhm.
More people will have an impact on that shoreline. So I think that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
And
That was-
wondering if there's any way we can policy ourselves out of that, you know, that dilemma. But it's like with any limitation or boundary, once you cross that boundary, you're not in the boundary anymore. It's like, it's black and white. It's like 200 feet, you're this, out of that, you're this. And so I don't know how to massage that at all.
And then we provide these 2 maps, which are heavily caveated. I mean, this is not something the staff likes to do, to
Yeah.
produce maps that are, you know, provide a representation of a legally defined area.
Yes.
So we caveat these heavily that they're just for a talking point. But that being said, both the areas in Minette and actually, I guess there aren't very many properties in the shoreline jurisdiction surrounding Evergreen Park. There's not.
No.
And the ones in Minette that are in the shoreline jurisdiction, there are very few in that 65-foot area that aren't on the shore, that aren't waterfront property that are already in the shoreline jurisdiction. So there are a few, like there's a waterfront property and behind it is another property that's in the shoreline jurisdiction, but that's more of a rarity in that area. So once you're talking about affecting views of areas outside of the shoreline jurisdiction, it is no longer a conversation about shoreline management plan. That's because the
Yeah,
jurisdiction.
I didn't have anything with views. I had that we're exactly what you said. We're lining up. We're allowing much larger residents, you know, in an area that it is really close to environmental beauty. It's fighting for the little guy. The crab's not going to be here, you know, telling you that you're wrecking his home with everything that's running down into it. It's those things that, you know, I love living in Bremerton. I love the fact we have this much water access. We have, you know, you don't have to be a millionaire to have the houses that are on the water here in Bremerton, and that is absolutely mind-blowingly beautiful in this area. So I understand, you know, looking at this document through the lens of like, how do you build next to a shoreline? Like, how do we allow that, and how do we have those restrictions so that we're doing it in the right way? I also wanted to kind of look at it where it is that environmental thing. It is the fact that like this is kind of the last line of defense a little bit for some of those environmental factors of when we're building so close to natural beauty and making sure that we're keeping that.
Can I respond briefly to that?
Yes, sure. I'm sorry.
So during the many discussions during the comp plan, this is something that was brought up by council over and over. It's like usually cities will step their buildings back from a waterfront. And DCD was held fast, correct me if I'm wrong, that there is a walking path provided, and that is a good trade-off. That's the trade-off that's gonna happen.
For the
Am I correct?
downtown sub-area plan, yes,
Yeah.
that eventually that there would be a path from the marina up to Evergreen.
Yeah.
That would be publicly accessible. So that's,
Okay.
and that essentially, if you're a single family homeowner and you have a single family home that's one level, if another single family home builds in front of you, your view is gonna be blocked. So, I mean, we have people a half mile away from the shoreline complaining about
Yeah.
a two-story home being built.
Yeah.
And I understand this is not getting at a point, which is not about views.
I think, none of us are curious. I mean, like, we are talking about views, but it's more about the potential pollution of these lands with the quantity of people for these larger buildings. So we're not talking about views.
Okay, that's fair. And with every one of these development proposals, they need to do a shoreline substantial development permit, which,
But only the ones in the 200 feet. So, but it's like outside of that 200.
right, if it's
Nobody
outside
can
that
develop in that
200,
200 foot.
pardon me?
You can't develop within 200 foot of ordinary high water.
You can't. Yeah, you can't develop in the buffer.
Yeah.
But the shoreline jurisdiction is within 200 feet.
Yeah.
So this the SMP document applies to that 200-foot area. But that each shoreline substantial development permit would be required to submit a habitat management plan demonstrating no net loss to the environment. Once again, we share that information with tribal entities and the state to figure out what appropriate mitigation would be within that shoreline area. So it's got a lot of professionals putting their eyes on every individual project and providing feedback on habitat.
So it's a trust the process. TTP. Okay.
Okay, I know it's not my turn yet.
No, if you have a comment on that.
Yeah. You have repeated this like multiple times. I've looked at a lot of the wetland, critical areas assessments and delineations and characterizations. And typically, for you guys, most of you know that I'm a retired professional wetland scientist. I consulted the DOE. I was Sarah Cook's number 2. I'm not like, I didn't read an article and then come in here. So I've read a lot of these. And typically the Squamish will comment, 2 to 3 pages. This is like on a document that's over 300, 400 pages. They're not going out to the site. They're not field truthing. Pretty much the same generally with DOE. So saying that they are a help is absolutely true, but saying they are as good as a qualified professional on the ground is highly, I can't reconcile that with anything in my education or experience.
Well, I don't think that I'll just say that we do go to site specific
You do.
assessments, right?
Good.
We have meetings sometimes with everyone concerned. Ecology, DFW, tribe, applicant biologists will all meet at a site if it warrants that level of investigation. So I don't think that it is accurate to say that there isn't on-site evaluation
from
Who
the tri-
decides
decides what, if there's on.
if there's gonna be an onsite or not?
Well, individual, if it's the tribe or individual state agencies, they make their own determination, or the
Mhm.
city, if we see something we would like to shine a light on, we'll request like, hey, partner, how about we go check this out on site? And, or we can have further conversations about anything that we might feel is amiss, with the report.
So if a member of the public reads the report and has concerns about it, can they then request that an actual on-site visit is made? How does that?
No, members of the public, wouldn't be able to request that the state or the tribes, they can make that request and we can share that. As far as, we can't require the tribe or the state to make an on-site investigation. I think that the people that are, these professional biologists that are reviewing these reports, that their opinion on whether a site visit is necessary based off of the scope of the development and the environmentally sensitive area, we would respect that.
Well, I know you have a close working relationship with a lot of these folks and agencies, and this isn't meant as an insult to anybody, but sometimes free is worth exactly what you pay for it, you know? And so to make sure that the public is, or adjacent property owners are comfortable with the process of reviewing something. I guess that's my concern, is to make sure that, you know, and that leads to my next question about noticing requirements, you know, where it says we have to notice, but that doesn't mean you can say anything. That's how I read it.
So should we stick with, council member Camerata's comments
Yes.
first before moving on?
Yes.
So as it's written now, we do not have, we have a process that's outlined in the table that's provided in the packet, an existing process for raising the heights that allowed in the comprehensive plan. Staff doesn't have a recommendation more than that. If council is directing us to change that, then we should have clear direction. And I think that's the purpose of this conversation.
That was pretty gracious.
Well, it's for you to decide as a body.
Mm-hmm.
And we have an existing process to raise heights, those allowed in the zone. And that involves a public comment period. So if there's something extra that we're being directed to change, otherwise we could move on to the next topic.
What page again is that?
The table?
Comparison? Yes, comparison table.
So it's
Just right underneath our question.
it's the last. I have it marked. This here. So
The page is,
26 of 354.
yeah, and
Think
it
it's
says
how the
86 on
night's
the
gonna
bottom.
go.
We're on page 26 of 354.
Mhm.
already.
I'm sorry, that skips ahead too. We're actually on 23.
We are only on 23.
And in single space.
Yeah, like, I was not aware that we were going question by question.
Okay. All right, have we beat that one to death now?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so restoration and conservation language. Would you like to talk about that?
Where's
Which
that?
one was that?
So
Where are
this
we
is after the big map picture, the next page.
No, because I think
Yeah,
it's
our
the same
numbers.
thing. It's all touching into the same things with this, and like
Okay,
the overarching Christie's questions and the comment is the fact that with the comprehensive plan allowing a lot more building. And it's not just this document, it's going to be every subsequent document afterwards that we're looking at when we have a lens that I think we owe the environment a little bit more. We owe that same robust nature of let's get as much building as we can in this documented comprehensive plan, we need to add an equal level of protections in each document that we do from this point forward to match that same robust level.
And that this is in reference to restoration and conservation language?
Well, it's just all of it. Like that's the
Page
whole thing
22,
with
top
the,
left.
Mitigating impact.
yeah.
Well, and I can say that we have a process in place for, you can get a shoreline substantial development permit, and that requires a review from the Department of Ecology, and we send that decision to the Department of Ecology for review, and that we work with our partners on appropriate mitigation and no net loss. So that's what's in place. As far as like a very general, we should do more. I mean, we did talk with the Planning Commission, where enhancement should be required as opposed to no net loss, and that isn't something that they felt was that was going beyond what's required by the state, or no net loss as opposed to demonstrating enhancement. So we did talk about that at the Planning Commission level.
Well, like,
As a body, you can
just
decide
do the
that, yeah.
minimum. Don't do the extra. Don't do the enhancement, just the minimum. Just keep that status quo.
And they felt that that was more of a question about the price of developing housing. How, do you want to add costs? And even in the landscaping code, that was a concern from the Planning Commission, was, are we adding costs to creation of housing and jobs? And that was one of their
$75 tree. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Or half a dozen $5 bare roots.
What I'm coming up with is that, what I'm left with is that really there's not a lot of options. There's no creative ways that we could add mitigation to this. But I love the questioning, that line of questioning when we add that density. Just relying on what the state says as far as mitigating impact might not be enough for
Yeah.
us.
Bremerton is special. There is no other place that's like this city that has the amount of water that we have, that has the amazing population that we do. And like I said, you can buy waterfront at prices nowhere else in this state can you get waterfront like you can in Bremerton. And that is amazing and should be protected in every single document that we have. If you can find a way to protect this city in a way that it is to happen.
As much as we protect our water in other places.
And I hear what you're saying, and I understand.
Yeah.
I'm saying that we have a document in place to do just that. If the council wants it to do more, like enhancement as opposed to no net loss, then you're free to do that. Just like the discussion about whether we should have a certified wetland biologist as opposed to what the Department of Ecology has in their guidance.
So technical question with that.
Sure.
This, you were just saying this has to be done by like June, or we get on the list. We don't want to
We don't wanna be on the
list.
We don't want to be on the list.
Yeah, so those are the things too that kind of handcuffs us a little bit, because yes, like genuinely I want these things. However, bigger picture of things, us getting on any sort of list with this that we're out of compliance because we've run out of time is going to impact us in far-reaching ways when we are looking at grants, when we are looking at things, which is a really unfortunate piece right now that, it's.
But we could make a good start,
Yeah,
There's also the argument, though, that if we protect waterfront for people who have the cash to go
And
only spend $1 million for their house on the water, it kind of smacks of not being fair to the people who are living in Salvation Army. I mean, are we gonna overregulate it so much that we have no housing? If we make the rules too tough. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't have strong rules, but I'm nervous about going beyond what the state has already asked, because in the next legislative session, they will just change it and say, nope, cities can't have that type of zoning.
well, let's ask, are we, hey, we have a consultant. Are we in fact going beyond what the state requires, because in many places I seem to see us asking for less.
For mitigation, sure.
For protection of critical areas, shorelines, streams. I don't know enough about aquifer recharge and geohazardous areas to talk. So just wetlands, streams, shorelines.
I would give my perspective just based on other CAOs that I have worked on or have worked with. I would say Bremerton is in the more protection versus other communities. That's just my perspective based on other CAOs that I've worked on or worked with.
Didn't we also, I mean, I think the changes we made with the Wright Creek wetlands recently, or that went beyond state requirements, didn't it?
Right,
To
that's
protect
still
the
in the
beaver
plan-
otter wetland?
Yeah,
That's still in the planning commission
Okay.
stages right now.
but that,
we haven't made
That would
changes
be
yet.
additional to anything
Yeah.
required from the state.
so we do entertain that. We do consider going above and beyond.
Even within jurisdictions within our county.
Yeah.
I think that we can, without having to slur those that are our neighbors, that we provide some additional protections.
And I think I'm just gonna scan over Christie's last thing in all of this, and then my 7 pages, I did read through the 7 pages. I know. it made me
I think
jump.
that's great.
The landscaping, that 50% threshold, I think because it's a threshold that triggers action, I think 50% is too high on that personally. With that number is something, and that's what I was asking is like, where did 50% come from? Because if there's some mechanism that I'm not understanding things where it's like, most properties only have this percentage anyway, or, whatever it is, fill in the blank here. But if you're just looking at, especially with the way that they're talking about that 50% of how that gets triggered, that seems too high for me to trigger, especially when you're talking about landscaping that is doing all of the things that it's doing. It's not a beautification thing on its level. It's not, I want to pass by a pretty tree. It's actually performing tasks, doing things for our city and all of this. So that 50% to me is too high. But I just didn't want it to be like, and Chrissy throws out arbitrary number of less than 50, if 50% was like a super well thought out.
No, I think initially staff had a lower percentage proposed with the planning commission. But once again, we got a comment from the Kitsap Building Association. We did some research on other jurisdictions. I forget which one was 50%, but they found a couple of other jurisdictions that were at that 50% mark. And that the planning commission appreciated that KBA feedback and that they didn't want to, once again, prohibit jobs and housing or investment in the city. And so they thought that that was an appropriate number that was from the development community on, this will trigger more landscaping than our current code. But that's essentially, that's it in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like I need to remind us all that KBA is our expert in this community on housing development. I mean, they're our go-to, and our planning commission does take their input. I believe they should. It's a balance. It's a balance. So to our and other body language and everything when they come up is not appreciated.
That was a carrot.
Yeah, no.
Thank you for calling me a liar.
Yeah.
I would love to be not corrected publicly in that way.
I'm gonna start calling out misbehavior when I see it. You call me out.
Okay, let's kind of cool it, everybody, please.
So, yeah.
So personally,
Very
I think 50% is high also. I don't know if the rest of the council feels that way. If you've got one letter in from the Kitsap Building Association, did you get any comments from community members?
Nope.
One letter from membership organization should outweigh the need for a lot. I mean, please, people, I'm just speaking facts here. Let's really equate apples to apples.
Jamie Cloud, our government representative from KBA, did do a lot of outreach within the KBA organization
Mhm.
on not just the work he did, but with his membership. And that's what he relayed to us.
Okay.
It doesn't mean we have to go along with everything that they say, but let's at least respect them.
I do. I think everybody here was, but
I believe it really was a carrot.
thank you. That one time it really
Well,
was.
I don't know this organization. Am I just caught in the middle of something or did I step in
Yes, let's
something?
just
Okay.
move on,
Moving right
please.
along.
I'm like, not sure if I'm in trouble over here.
You're not in
No,
trouble.
no.
All right.
Just move on, please.
No, I'm good. That was it. That was the last.
Okay.
What about the approved street tree list? That was the question she had. That was, what was
Oh,
the
that was
actual
more
question?
because I thought that this was between, I was a little judgy when it came to the street trees where it was like, you all have an approved list. And then it was a hyperlink and I looked at it and I was like, oh, well, look at this tree. It's like, okay. And then it was, there was a certain thing where like, if you do this, you need to have these quality of trees, this growth pattern, this, all this stuff. And I was like going through, pretending like I'm building, like which tree would I get on this scrolling list of pretty pictures and everything. And I was like, oh, I had to go like, oh, this page. Oh, wait, I can go back to get this. And I was like, oh, that would be nice if it was all condensed of like, hey, y'all, if you plant these real big trees, you only have to do it so many feet.
And our response to that was that your comment is noted and that we can provide maybe some promotional materials if this is adopted
Mhm.
to help applicants out.
Yeah, I was coming in hot on your tree list. And then when I opened it up, I was like, I was wrong. And I was all by myself. So I needed to call myself out for that kind of
Kudos to the
wrong.
Public Works
behavior.
Department for putting in all that work.
Yeah, it was a good job.
Shoot. Did it have pictures? You were
They
done.
had pictures of like the mature tree too, not just the
See?
stick that you like
They
hope
had
is gonna be
pictures.
something.
So would you like to move on to Councilmember Revelowski's
Yep.
comments?
Yeah, especially if I can get my computer back.
Okay, so please explain noticing requirements. Is the rule saying we may notice you, but you have no say in the matter? So I think that this is, actually, I'll just launch into the response.
Yeah, I might
So-
not understand the way it's written.
That's okay. Permit applications are reviewed for conformance with adopted city regulations. So we adopt city regulations beforehand so that everybody is on the same level playing field. That there can't be knee-jerk reactions to essentially maybe some type of NIMBYism, that we're all held to the same standard. And we figure out what that is beforehand so that we have a playbook that everyone has to abide by. So that's what the purpose of adopting these regulations is. So when we get public comments that is like, I don't like that, if it isn't related to a city code section or something related, like if it's is there appropriate mitigation for for the environment on this subject? We have a report from a qualified professional that's been reviewed by tribal entities in the state. And this is, the mitigation from this report is seen as meeting requirements. So if we get a public comment that's, you're not doing X, Y, and Z, then we need to have a legally defensible decision. And that is what our department strives for every time we put out a decision on a permit, is that it's legally defensible. That is the yard. When it comes to public comment, we're hoping for the public to provide us comment on something that is code-based. Like there are sometimes provisions like, oh, there should be, maybe there should be screening required in this case. And in that case, a public comment like, oh, we would like screening according to this code section. That's something that we can help with. But if it's just, I don't like that shouldn't be built there, then that's not necessarily the type of public comment that we can act on. We can act on public comments that reference the code that went through the public process, that everybody agreed this is the playbook that development should be measured by. So as far as public comments,
I think my question was like, in certain cases, you have to let everybody within 100 or 300 feet of the property that's being considered for redevelopment. You have to notice them. So what you're saying is you have to send them a notice, but they can only basically complain about something they're doing that doesn't meet existing city code. Am I getting that correct?
That's within the scope of our review, right? So
Yeah.
there might be, and that being said too, if you provide a public comment, then typically you have the right to appeal. So if a decision comes out and you provided a public comment, then you can appeal that decision. So if you feel like your perspective is that the city is issuing a decision that is incorrect and doesn't meet the code, then there is a public process for you as well.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Bonds. Why are public agencies exempt? And that is with the assumption that the public agencies are doing a public good and that increased costs to their project would be a burden for the public. That is one of the items that we have proposed for revision if the city council chooses to. We'll go over that handful of staff, legislative markup revisions, but that's it. If anybody would like to speak to that.
I'd like to speak a little bit about it, and I don't know how we can overcome, like, for instance, we put festival lights down on the west end of 4th Street. They've been working for years. Then we had a contractor put festival lights in Manette, and then about a year later in Quincy Square, and they're failing. That there's some corrosion issue or something. So I'm guessing that the bond has already gone up on that contract work, and I'm trying to figure out how the city residents can be protected and not having to pay for something twice.
So I don't think, respectfully, I don't think that that's a good example because it's a public works project. So this would be if it's a critical area mitigation. That's what we have bonds for. The public institutions would be exempt from.
All right.
So
yep, I'm in the wrong area.
So if that's the case, we do have a revised code section removing that public agency, but that's the idea. This is limited to bonds for mitigation projects for habitat.
Okay.
Are you still interested in revising that
I'm
code
not.
section? Okay. Tree removal for our forestry division. Does our forestry division get permits through DCD? DCD reviews conversion option harvest plan, COHP. So if you are converting forestry land to some other use, then DCD reviews that. And we've done that occasionally for the Public Works Department. And then also anything that requires SEPA. So if there's a project that requires SEPA, forestry departments would SEPA. Other than that, it's just their ongoing operations. They coordinate that with DNR.
Okay.
Tree root barriers. So the comment is that tree root barriers should be 4 feet deep. And I don't think that would belong in the zoning code. I think that belongs more appropriately in engineering and design construction standards.
But you have it in the code and you say 2 feet. That's why I made that question.
Maybe we should instead
It makes
refer
more
to engineering and design and construction standards.
Yeah, I don't because if you're saying 2 feet there,
I think that's typically what they have required in the past, but
I think it's 4 because I remember installing them on Washington Avenue. They were 4 feet.
Okay.
And no sidewalks.
As it might be a case by case basis on what Public Works may require.
It depends on the tree.
Okay, so maybe we have an
but it shouldn't. But no, because there might be. I don't know. They might want to plant some crazy tree that was worse. But really, it shouldn't be in this section. It should be in the design standard.
Well, I'm happy to coordinate that with Public Works.
Okay.
And I think that's a pretty easy comment to clear up. And Councilmember Anna Mockler, moving on to those comments.
So I'd like to adopt Michael Goodnow's suggestion here.
Mhm.
Like, if any of your responses didn't fully answer my question, I'll comment on them. Is that okay?
Please.
Maybe move this along. So in the landscaping standards, I was calling for native or naturalized, non-invasive, drought-tolerant trees and shrubs. And what your language is drought-tolerant only. A lot of these responses are from my town hall, and this was, well, from two different town halls, and this was like protect the trees, protect the water. And then they made specific comments on the critical areas ordinance back in early January. So here's just a real difference of opinion between so far everyone I have met and asked about, should we keep protecting trees, and DCD, who feels that drought tolerant is good enough. I'm not trying to use
Oh,
ungracious
as far as
language.
being nationalized or native?
Native.
Yeah.
That would be a real enforcement issue for DCD. I mean, going out, we have enforcement for critical areas for making sure that those plans stay in place for native vegetation, but being able to go on anyone's lot and, essentially
No, I'm talking
determine
about,
if azaleas, roses, lavender, what have you. I mean,
no,
and
you don't
pick
have
a-
you don't have the expertise for that.
right. And so enforcing that would be very
I mean, you
difficult.
need a whole extra person.
Right.
Right.
So,
So here it's like for planting plans, however, that's something where you could check. And here, what I'm doing my best to do is to say, here's what I keep hearing from constituents. How can you make it so, number one? Okay. So I'm moving on to the next one. See, moving right along. I was wrong about Kitsap Conservation District. I was just wrong, and they don't have a list. Moving on to the next one. Again, I think that bonding could really improve in the current plan. It's like if the plant is still there in 2 years, then you get your money back. Or if it's dead, you have to replant it, but then there's no provision for rolling it over. And this would be an incentive for people to buy plants that will survive and thrive so that they don't have to keep their money tied up in bonds for 3 to 6 years. I'll put all of the rest of this in writing, okay, so that this meeting can move along.
and I'm not sure actually that's the intent of the meeting is to keep furthering on with the comment process. I think that ideally we're ironing out here tonight
Okay,
what we're going to be revising. So
okay.
it's up to the council if that's still the scope of tonight's meeting, but that's my understanding.
All right, so when I was with DDES in King County, we had bonds for mitigation. We had bonds for everything. We had bonds for parking strips. And until you could prove that it had succeeded, you didn't get your money back. What we have is if it's still alive after, somebody comes to check after 2 years. And if it's dead, then you have to replace it. But there's no incentive to
Plant the right tree.
plant the right tree and have it survive and thrive. I don't know if anybody was up by Winco today.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, they'll have one branch of a cherry tree alive and consider it alive.
it's like looking at a puppy with a knife in its back.
Okay, that one's gonna haunt you.
I'm sorry, but at least I used. Okay, I'm sorry.
For sure.
Oh, yeah, sorry
The
about that.
trees are not the right trees.
They're not the
They
right
are-
trees.
And they weren't
Struggling.
watered. They look, most
Yeah.
of them are at least 3/4 dead.
The trees that you're referencing are in the public right of way, and those are covered by bonds with the Public Works Department. So they're not going to be applicable to this code. We do have bonds that are required for commercial multifamily developments. So it's not just, we do have a code provision that stay alive, but that we do have bonding requirements.
So I'm also like looking at the The right of ways in Bay Vista, is that also Public Works? Like
And I
within
believe
Bay
that the
Vista?
Public Works Department is working on, sorry,
The right of ways within Bay Vista, are they owned by Public Works or managed? Okay, so it's, yeah. And there's lots of language out there about how to make sure that something's gonna work. Get that? And I think we should adopt some of that language. Basically holding a mitigation bond. Again, at the county, we had like 125 or 150% what it would cost for city crews to go in there and fix it and then monitor it for an additional 2 years. And I think that we should have that. Your response is that drought resistant trees are proposed to be incentivized, not required. I don't see why we can't require trees that thrive.
so I think that's fairly open-ended, and I would say that we do have bonding requirements. So, if the question is, do we have bonding requirements? Yes, I can cite you chapter and verse on that for private development. If the question is, do we want to instead require native trees or some kind of open, undefined variety of tree at this point? I think that's a different argument. So I'm at the starting point of bonding is required per.
Well,
If you'd like me to cite it, I can.
Okay.
BMC 2050-040G.
Okay.
A bond or other acceptable assurance device shall be in the amount of 125% of the estimated cost, etc. So,
How do you get your bond back?
inspection.
Right, and if the inspection finds that it's dead, what
We
happens?
work with the applicant on
Okay.
replacing those dead trees. We
Okay.
generally, pulling a bond is a very difficult process. And if
Yep.
we can work with an applicant to avoid that, we will.
Just telling the public that it's about 93 degrees in here. Okay, if council is okay with that, then I'm just gonna move on to the next thing. The thing about native and naturalized trees is that they will clearly succeed since they do. They're from here. And it was the intent of your previous 20.50 to promote wildlife corridors, connecting green open spaces, increasing canopy. And here, the language of your new intent is so very vague that anything could be meant. But
Can I just say, we talked about that a lot in the planning commission.
yeah,
Drought resistant trees are incentivized. That's what we settled on. And non-native, I don't, like, what constitutes a native, species?
There's a list. There's a list.
there are many lists.
So
An easy one.
it's adding more requirements. And are they really necessary to a person trying to, it's already hard enough to build in Bremerton, and not that I'm trying to, I mean, the tree canopy is important and I understand that, but we did settle on incentivizing native species or drought resistant trees. So
Well,
I'm a no on changing that
Yeah.
if we're taking out.
no, if council agrees with you, then that's how it'll be. It's just, it's native and naturalized trees are things that we know will work.
Jennifer wants to comment on.
Okay, go.
Now, where are we at? So I guess what I'm hearing is you want to create an incentive plan and not limit the list, just create an incentive plan for these native naturalized
Me?
trees.
I don't want to incentivize. I think it makes sense to do them. I mean, all you have to do is look at bad decisions on the road up to Winco and you are convinced that we should have, and the trees, the price difference is
It would-
minimal,
It was honest question, but
right?
that's your, okay.
Yeah, well,
But-
she's trying to find out what the rest of council thinks.
So we're not talking about restricting a list at all. The list, there's still a list of trees that are acceptable. What would an incentive, I'm sure you have examples. I mean, like the incentive program.
An incentive would be, I'm gonna lose a lot of money if I don't plant something that's gonna survive and thrive. What would
Beyond,
be another incentive? I can't think right this second because
Okay.
it's hot.
Because I do agree that pulling a bond is a big deal. It's just kind of like that's kind of like a, nuclear option. We don't want.
And that's why planting an appropriate tree to begin with that is gonna survive, and at least watering it with a bag makes more sense.
So you are of the ilk that you want to limit the list.
Yes.
And I'd say that for trees, the current code provision does incentivize that by, that's incentivizing trees that are on our approved street tree list, which we know work well in an urban environment. So, as far as what the proposed code does versus, and maybe this is more of an open discussion to council on what you want to do. I'm just saying we're already proposing. We're already proposing that incentivize street trees that are on the street tree list that grow at a faster rate, and that drought resistant species we incentivize by saying you can provide a smaller tree at the initial time of planting, than if it's a non-drought resistant tree. So that's where we're at.
May I respectfully submit that a locust would satisfy all those requirements? A tree prohibited in the city of Paulsbo.
In most cities.
And it's on our approved street tree list.
Is it? I don't know.
I don't know either.
But-
So you're making the assertion that it.
No, I'm just saying that here's a tree that would satisfy all of those requirements.
All of
If
those
it's on the
requirements is on the approved street tree list. That's it.
Who owns our street tree list?
Public Works Department.
Okay.
Jan?
Do you have it in your pocket?
I don't have it
Could
in
you
my
just
pocket.
tell us the trees?
You can tell us all the trees.
It's really big. I was surprised.
And I would like to think that there's a lot of native on there.
Feeling for Gary here.
Well, I would like to think it too, and yet,
Developing a GIS map that has all of the street trees that belong to parks, pedestrians, of course, public works. And with it, ownership on who's gonna maintain them, what species they are, how big they are. We're basically taking a very thorough inventory. Plus, we are working on code language to move fruit trees to the, for stormwater, because it relates to our stormwater commitment. But we're making some changes. And there is a list of trees that we approve for use in the public.
So there's a two shade honey locust on the.
Gleditsia?
Pardon?
Is it a Gleditsia?
They don't have them all, they don't have everything in.
True shade.
Oh. Not very good.
It's the new one.
They don't have, they're not all that.
Oh, sorry.
Some of them are, some of them aren't.
So, and I'm not sure the importance of that rabbit hole to go down, but,
Because there were other
I
considerations.
think maybe instead council can work with public works on looking at their streets.
I think that's kind of what I was getting at.
There you go.
This could be good.
Moving
And
right along.
let's work with Public Works, so.
You refer me to the city attorney, I shall go there. You refer me again to the city attorney, I shall go there. One of the things that kept coming up at the eco forums was that people had cut down mature trees without knowing that they should get a permit for it. And I had no idea that you had to get a permit for it, but they were all quite convinced of it. And they were like, if you put something in the deed letting us know, then we wouldn't mess up by cutting down trees.
so, and I don't
That's
think,
over to the attorney. and-
no, we should discuss that here tonight because the scope of the conversation is to decide
Okay.
if we're making code changes. So as far as having a requirement on deeds, if you're selling a property, typically the city isn't involved in that process. So we would be, it's even not really, we're not really sure how that would work to insert ourselves into the sale of individual properties to make a note on the deed
Okay.
that essentially says, follow the city's code. And if we're doing that for trees, then would we do that for
Right,
municipal code in general?
Yeah,
So, where
that
does
would be a
where does
disincentive
that
to move
stop?
here.
Right. So it would be very administratively burdensome to do that. And does that mean I can stop talking?
No, I get that. If something genius occurs to any of you in this moment.
Yeah.
Go.
Well, this
We
goes
could
back,
talk to the tree
this
companies.
goes back to this good neighbor handbook that I
Mhm.
talked about for 8 years.
You and Eric.
But you
But
would
you
be,
let that go.
That would be a good idea.
but it would be a good, it'd be a place because
I think we
if
tried
somebody
to
moves
get
here
on.
and they get it, and they would
Right.
learn about parking in their neighborhood, they would learn about the facilities that we have, and they would learn that if you have a tree that's over X amount of years, and it would have references to the, it could be an online
You
document.
could
be
leave
online.
that ad hoc committee.
Well, I've
to-
offered to years ago.
It's,
but,
it's
well,
on.
I thought we had
We
a
had,
committee.
we
no,
did, and we put it
no,
on.
we
did like
have a-
6.
Frequently asked questions, that's all we
I'll
have.
bring it back up.
That, it went, yeah, that's what
League of
happened.
Women Voters all over it. They'd
We,
love
we
you.
elected to just have the
But however
FAQs
interesting
online
it is to
instead of.
be. Okay. Okay. So here we come to something that both eco forums were really, really certain about, the need to have a certified wetland scientist. You have said that DOE has relaxed its guidance, and then you sent me a screenshot of its requirements. They're for a 4-year degree, they're for numerous training workshops, they're for at least 2 years of experience. And these are all the requirements I had to satisfy in order to become certified. I don't think that DCD has the expertise to evaluate, was this a good college or is it like sort of, are these actual training courses or was it something online that you could take? And I do think that the Society of Wetland Scientists does have that expertise. That's why they certify. There are 15, I think, between 15 and 20 professional wetland scientists and professional wetland scientists in training in the Kitsap Peninsula with the limited amount of critical area that we have here in Bremerton. That's enough. And this was pretty unanimous, that wetland scientists be certified in the same way that you would want person inspecting your house to be certified, the same way Public Works wants professional engineers, not, I think that this is actually going to reduce the administrative burden on DCD.
So what's the council decision? I mean, you mentioned that these are the qualifications that you had to become a professional wetland scientist. So I think that these qualifications, are somewhat, to some degree, the equivalent of a professional wetland scientist, that those were what you needed to become. That being said, it's a council decision.
Here, like, for example, I don't know where people go to school for planning. And if somebody came up to me and said they had gone to this school for planning, I wouldn't know a thing about it. I wouldn't be able to evaluate it. I'd maybe Google it, but that adds to the administrative burden for DCD. Just saying certified professional wetland scientist or certified professional wetland scientist in training simplifies things.
And I honestly, I don't have a terribly strong preference. I think that if you have a wider pool to pull from, then as far as market forces for what a report costs, that might affect things for people looking for a report for their property. These are the qualifications the Department of Ecology has established, not DCD. So in my talks with the Department of Ecology, they're not going to be upset if we have more stringent standards for wetlands, but it is extra of their guidance. So anytime you want to do more than the state requires, just be cognizant of them.
Okay, I'm going to make my final plea here, which is it's not more, it's just the equivalent, and it removes an administrative burden from DCD.
Okay, I'm gonna take a poll, council members. Who who would like us to direct DCD to modify it and require that they are certified by a known entity?
Just Society of Wetland Scientists, as far as I know.
They're the only ones who do the certification.
The only one that I know of, and I've looked around, but I haven't spent more than half an hour.
Okay. So,
The, or meet the following criteria, right? That you, because they've got that mentioned in the language on it, and
They
it says,
do.
or meet the following criteria, and it gives the bachelor's of science, it gives other things.
Right.
That's what we're, okay, I just wanted to clarify.
So if you have all those things, then you're gonna apply for certification.
You would, but just on a bigger level, so I completely understand it, but this was actually one of my questions that was on there too. Because is this kind of, the state right now has a broader initiative that is promoting skills-based hiring rather than just that educational, did you get this 4-year degree, check the box, okay, you're allowed to do whatever this next thing is. They're finding that people have different paths of getting to where they need to be. And so to say that you're a subject matter expert in something simply because you did the 4-year degree and got the check mark, that's what the state in a lot of different ways, like that's what I was asking specifically, if this was that same initiative of it, of there are many different ways for you to get to be a subject matter expert in things. And not everybody had the ability to go to school for that 4-year degree to do that thing and get the checkbox for it. There may have been a different path, and this kind of opens it up a little bit more to.
but it also then
Very
leaves them
limited.
subjective to, did you get enough training?
Yep. And it
You know,
becomes
so it's
administratively
something-
burdensome.
Yes.
I would also gently and respectfully protest, like, when I was taking ecological botany and like understanding the different things that a landscape can express and the adaptive composition of soils, I don't think that was a check the box thing.
Okay,
So just
I would just like a yes or no
Okay.
from everybody on the council.
Well, I'm gonna have to say no, but I don't think I think it's a good idea, but I would need to know what's the availability of finding these people to get things work? Are we gonna create an undue burden because they're not readily available or they're more expensive? I just don't have enough information on that.
Jennifer?
I'm trying to find the VMC, where the definitions are. So I've got land use.
I can put that up
Rick,
on the
you're a no.
screen.
No, you're not.
You're a no. Christie?
I would like to know
1, 2,
more
3.
about the, how administratively burdensome it is, because I do understand that. That kind of puts the onus of.
This has not been a burden identified by our department.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting involved in things that are not our purview. And this is almost like a job description, and the only job descriptions we have purview over are director positions. And it just seems like we're getting into areas I'm feeling uncomfortable with.
I gotta say though, if constituents are asking us to look at this, I think that is under our purview. And DCD has asked us to review it with our constituents, our neighbors, and if they have any questions about it. And this is
Have
really,
we heard from, I
I've
just
heard
haven't
from
seen
you.
any emails.
I've talked to some of my neighbors who live on the waterfront.
I haven't seen
Because
the
we've
email.
spent a lot of time on this tonight. I want to do a check-in. I'm really concerned that this meeting is going to go to 10.
Probably.
Can I propose a compromise?
We've been spending a lot of time on that.
I know, I would love to.
Okay, well then let's just ask factual questions and no more stories. Okay, what's your compromise?
How much time do we have, Garrett? When are you planning a public hearing?
It's at the speed of the Department of Ecology, so I really couldn't put a date on it. I would say within 30 days.
Okay. If I compile information and keep it to less than 1 page with bulleted points, not you, Rick, would you guys consider looking at it to look at the costs and the administrative burden of making a code for certification?
I just want to see how many people are available here so that people,
Society of
Yeah,
I'm
Wetlands
gonna bring
Science.
up the code just so everybody can see
have
So
twenty
just,
point
just
four,
to see if anybody has an issue with this.
point
So
14.
it should be up on the screen. Okay, so this is what the specific code section. A qualified professional for wetland must be a professional wetland scientist through the Society of Wetland Scientists Professional Certification Program, or meet the following criteria. That you would have a Bachelor of Science or Arts or equivalency in hydrology, soil science.
I love it, it's great.
That's straight, or 4 years of full-time work experience as a wetland professional, and
Consent.
at least 2 additional years of full-time work experience as a wetland professional, including delineating wetlands, preparing wetlands reports, conducting functional assessments, and developing and implementing mitigation plans. And
Okay, I think we have all the information we need. Let's move on, please.
Thank you.
That was good time for a break.
We gotta finish here.
Aren't we? I thought we were just going through the comments.
No, here's a,
Ernest to
Oh,
start his
flipping heck.
presentation.
so are there any other
Are you-
code changes that you would like to bring up, Councilmember Mochler, before we go to the staff recommendations for code changes?
Please just call me Anna.
It's a study session, sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
There are many things that I would like to bring up, but I have learned that there's a point where you just stop. So that's what I'm doing, stopping.
Okay, so, and it just, if I'm trying to speed along at all, it's just because I'm reading the room as far as how much time is invested and how much meeting is left. So I would like to direct everyone to page 18 and 19 of the overall packet, which has responses for code changes. So the only code changes that DCD would propose based off of comments are related to letting applicants know that they are responsible to bear the costs of third-party review. So for wetlands, critical aquifers, and frequently flooded areas, these are added code sections, making it very clear that the applicants would bear the cost of third-party review. The section on bonds that we were discussing earlier, we decided that's not applicable. So the 20.14165 language, I won't go over. So based off of everything we've talked about here tonight, these are the staff recommendations based off council comments. Is there anything further that needs to be added into the code before public hearing?
you responded to all my questions. I'm good.
You respond to all my questions and council to the whole. I'm
Christie,
done.
Everything,
So, yeah, I'm good. I think it went above and beyond because the questions I had about, do people know that they would be charged for this, that it's their responsibility. You went into further code that you
Yeah,
hadn't even
yeah.
discussed. So I really
Okay.
appreciate that.
Denise, you're good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Jennifer, Michael? Thank you for
Thanks for
your
everyone's
time.
patience.
Yay, Garrett!
Passenger duty pay for that man.
Sorry, staff. Thank you, Doug.
Council president, are we
Thanks
breaking
for your
down?
time.
I don't know. Let me look at the rest of the agenda.
Just say yes.
It's 7:20.
I think people should just get up and take a break if they need one.
Yeah.
Get up, taking a
And
break.
if
Out here.
you need a break, pass the gavel to the vice president.
I do need a little break, but let's,
Okay.
okay, we'll be back at 7:30.
We're taking a breaky break?
Yeah, ready to 7:30, get them up.
I still absolutely love and adore
There we go. Sorry.
That's all right.
We were muted up until that
Yeah.
point, by the way.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
We're not doing it.
So I'm presenting a goods and services agreement with Core and Main for the purchase of a pressure reducing valve package station. And this will also involve a budget adjustment request. This agreement is for the provision, delivery, and startup of a pressure reducing valve package station. Pressure reducing valves allow water to flow from higher pressure zones to lower pressure zones without over pressurizing the lower zone. We live in a beautiful area where we have very low flat land. We're usually going downhill or uphill, which means in a water system or any system where you have water moving through pipes, you're going to have to regulate pressures. So we have several of these in our system, different pressure regulating valves over between 50 or 60. And they do age over time. So this one has aged out and it does need to be replaced. It serves the West 440 pressure zone, actually the reduced pressure zone. It's the transition from the 440 zone to a lower pressure zone within that zone. So that zone is located, I provided a map in the package just to show you where it is. But it's south of Kitsap Way and east of Highway 3, between Highway 3 and Summit Avenue.
What is that big parking lot in the photo? You know?
That's our public works.
Oh, that's your, okay.
Oh, the one
Oh,
to the
no.
north actually is
Yeah.
the school. It's
The
the
school, that's what I was thinking.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. Let's see. The installation is part of an ongoing effort we have to replace our aging valves. These valves, as they age, you have to rebuild them. That rebuild is pretty costly. So at some point, it makes more sense to just replace the valve instead of just trying to rebuild it for the third or fourth time. And this is certainly a situation here that we have a valve that's been rebuilt numerous times. It's now time to replace it. The cost of the valve, or for this particular agreement in front of you, is $127,813.55 from the water utility capital budget for the purchase. That is for the purchase of the valve and the installation of it and the startup of it. It's the total project cost is coming in at about $185,000. Those additional costs are related to the actual the cost of excavating the hole to put it in, the crane to lift it and put it in. A lot of the work's being done in-house by our crews, but it comes with a cost, right? So that's what those additional costs are. It's for the full installation of that valve. A particular note here related to those costs, the actual PRV package station that we've settled on or that we've standardized on for many years now is actually assembled in Canada. So what that means is, even though we went out for 3 bids, all of those contractors are purchasing the package.
The same
from us.
equipment, yeah.
And so they all came with a notice that there would be a $20,000 markup in anticipation of impacts from tariffs. There is a current exemption
Free trade.
for this type of utility supply. And as long as that exemption gets renewed, then they said if it's in place at the time we deliver, we will give you that $20,000 credit back. If it's not renewed, then that's the cost of that. So, so I'm here to take questions if you have particular questions about this project. Oh, the budget adjustment, as I said, we in the CIP capital we budgeted 100,000, and the total project cost is coming in at 185,000. So the budget adjustment request is for the additional 85,000. The reason why we are estimating 100,000, this was an ongoing program. We had 100,000 a year, and it's been doing very well for a lot of our other valves. They're smaller. This one is the largest valve, and the cost caught us by surprise, to be quite honest. And I think the tariff didn't help either. But yes, it's a 10-inch valve, a very large valve. Most on average are about 6 inches. We have a few 8s, but mostly 6 or below. So this one is significantly larger. That means not only is the valve larger, the package is larger, the hole you excavate is larger, the crane you need is larger. So it just comes with higher costs throughout the entire project.
This came through Public Works and we thoroughly discussed it. And I think it's, I love the budget notes that y'all are including in these agenda bill items. And So I feel really, I mean, it is what it is. And I feel like you've done a great job. That, also to point out, this comes out of the capital fund, so this is not any impact of the general fund.
Is this the one where you're also installing double doors instead of a manhole?
That is correct. So, the new packages that we
That's right.
standardized on, a lot of the reasons that we went to that package is it's safer, easier, safer access. All of the older stations just have a manhole, and they're old. And so when you want it, it requires confined space entry, which means controlling the atmosphere. That means bringing out the atmosphere to control. And so and then this valve is large enough that we would not be able to get it out of just a circular manhole or get it in to install it. It requires a bigger access. So we've gone to a double door access. What that does is it opens it up. It allows for natural atmospheric control, and it's much safer and easier to maintain the valves in that situation. So they're also much more durable. They look nicer. So I did, just in case you are curious, I can pass around. We do have some photos of the old and the new.
Yeah.
So, I thought you might be curious.
So are both, there's two valves being purchased, yes?
No, so these
Okay.
packages come, that was a very good question. I was anticipating you might ask that. You might notice the purchase, actually, it talks about the 10-inch valve, and then it talks about a smaller 3-inch valve. And if you look at the picture, we always have a smaller valve. It's built as though it's a bypass, but that really is the average day demand. We only need the smaller valve. Usually the larger valves are based on required fire flow. When we're having to fight a fire, we're still comrades here, they need a lot of water. And that little 3-inch valve is not gonna do it. But you always have a 3-inch valve because it's more economical for the average day demand. Instead of using this, but we need this, we're required to have this because when we need fire flow, we need fire flow. So that's why a lot of these you'll see, they always have a large valve and then a smaller bypass valve. That's for everyday operation. Okay, question.
When are we gonna schedule that public works tour for the new council members so that we can go on it too? Cause seeing this type of thing is fun. It's not just the dam. It's seeing the,
My understanding was they were going to do just water for our newer
Okay,
council members and then a full tour for everybody.
okay.
I did remember. Yeah. Usually we plan that full public works tour for the really nice weather.
Nice weather, yeah, I remember.
But I did reach out to our newest council members and offered
Good.
the smaller dam tour and water utility tour. And that allows me to talk more water utilities.
You gotta go.
Just as your fellow council members, are you on those tour days? It's a lot of information being thrown at you at once. So.
It's really fun now.
Is the blue one here is the
That's
newest,
the new one. So the top one is the old. You can see
Yeah,
what kind
but
of condition.
all of that is part of the installation?
It all comes nicely. That's why we went with the factory.
Okay,
A lot of the installation is all done, right there at the factory. They build it and then they ship it here and we lift it off and put it in the.
okay. All right.
So
we
it
do all the
saves
testing
a lot of cost, so we don't have to pour concrete in place. We don't have to do complicated, our crews don't have to do the complicated trying to take a standard bulb and punch holes in it to try to fit our specific valves in there. That really is a huge cost savings to get it made by you custom
Yeah,
request. And they make it to your specifications. And when it shows up on site, you dig the hole.
drop it
In this
in.
case, we have to rent a crane because it's large, but our smaller ones, we have our own ability to, our crews put it in place.
Pretty
And
cool.
then all our distribution crews have, I don't want to say all because I don't want to minimize, the work they do, but, in this case, they just have the 2 ends.
Yeah,
That's right. They just
okay.
have the 2 ends. So it's really a sweet setup.
Do you have to rent the crane or do you possess?
This one we do, that's part of the additional project.
Like if we had a U-bit, would you be able to use it?
I was waiting for
own
somebody
one.
to bring it up.
We own one.
Not yet.
Yeah.
We will.
We're gonna be using the U-bit everywhere.
So we're gonna use
Washing the windows.
It'll turn out to be handy for so many things. The parades. Oh.
Oh, we could ride the U-bit in the
Yeah.
parade.
Okay. How should we treat this item?
I have a question.
Sorry.
Sorry.
We were questioning. Um, So with this, with the agenda bill, like the presentation of that upper bill with it, it was good that it kind of said this is the money and exactly what you
Yeah.
said, that it does that. I think just a suggestion with this, a lot of times we also get with that, like the funds, the department, the budget code, so that you can follow the bouncing ball
Yeah.
in the budgets that we have presented to us, whether you love it or you hate it, the Bremerton budget is set up a certain way.
But
It is helpful though, because that was something that I would just learned this second, where it was like, oh, that 85,000 is not coming from the general fund. It's moved from one bucket to another in
Right.
this other area, in this water, which is
Utility money.
going to be something that just keeps coming back as we're talking about the budget with this, of like, it's so important to differentiate when we're just asking for like
Yeah.
one bucket to another in this special category.
Yeah, this isn't a moving a bucket though. I mentioned here it's a water capital CIP
Mhm.
project, and it's still the water capital CIP that is just providing the funds. We don't budget every single dollar
Mhm.
that we have available
Yeah.
in our capital fund. So you're not really moving money from like a general
Just taking
fund
more out
to a
of that.
utility. You're just taking more out of that utility fund to pay for that project.
So
Okay.
the agenda bill policy is something that council owns, and that's why I talked about it at the last meeting, that it's something that we're gonna review so that we as council can
Mhm.
include everything we want. And then after we get what we want in it, then it gets sent to the mayor to sign so that he can show his staff what kind of information he needs. So I appreciate you doing it. in
But that's
advance.
very good feedback that
Mhm.
you like having that additional information.
Yeah,
and
yes,
specificity.
absolutely.
And it's really
That's good
important for
feedback.
the public and us of following that when we're
Yeah.
discussing pots of money, because sometimes the pot of money is not one that, we have a lot of opinions on.
Right.
We have other pots of money that we do have opinions.
General
and can
fund,
move. Yeah, and that's the general.
Well, and a good distinction here too is because it's the same pot of money, it's more of a budget expenditure authority. You're really approving a higher amount of authority to spend the money. The money's there.
Yeah.
You're just giving us the approval. It's like, I don't want to say it's like mom and dad. It's not, but it's like,
No, that's
we are the
exactly.
board, mom and
though.
dad, you gave
Mhm.
me 20,000
Yeah, 'cause
or
it's not a
$20
budget
for
adjustment.
for
Here's my
for
credit
this
limit.
event, but it's gonna cost me 30. Can I have another $10?
Mhm.
It's still coming from, but it's a budget authority.
Yeah.
The authority to expend the funds.
So in theory, and well, not in theory, we are the board of the utilities, so we do have to, that's why she has to come and ask us to.
Yeah, no, and that was the
Switch this around.
clarification, because it's listed as a budget adjustment, but really, as we're talking about, it's not necessarily a budget adjustment. It is that, the amount is now higher than what we anticipated, heads up.
Consent.
Consent, everybody good with consent?
Yes.
Consent.
Sorry, I had to stay so long.
I really like the idea of a U-bit in our parade.
I do too. Next up, let's welcome wastewater manager Eric Burris here to present item A5.
Oh, no, good, good.
No, you don't want to do this, but we got you.
My job.
I know.
So what I got tonight is, this afternoon, good evening, Mayor and Council, first off.
Good evening.
This evening, I'm presenting a project to replace various programmable logic controllers at various larger lift stations, as well as replacement of various frequency drives at lift station CP6. Staff has been replacing these exact same components over 6 years at our lift stations in the west side wastewater treatment plant, prioritizing work based on criticality of stations, etc. The list covered in this request will be the last of the outdated end of service life items, with the exception of variable frequency drives for the large pumps at lift station EV2. And we're still evaluating how we're going to do that. The reason I'm doing this, an example, the VFDs at CE6 that I'm replacing have a manufacturing date code of 2006. And manufacturer has announced that the models that we have will be discontinued after this year. So anyway, project will be done in-house, wastewater staff handling installation of the devices and programming. And this will also help standardize and modernize components across our wastewater treatment facilities. And this was budgeted through wastewater capital. So that's all I've got. Any
Can you
questions?
just tell me what these two hickeys do?
So variable frequency drive allows a pump to speed up or down based on wet well conditions, and the programmable logic controller is the brain for that. And that's where we're programming the set points.
We're
And
buying brain.
Hmm?
We're buying brain.
And the other thing with this too is stop starts very hard on electric motors, and these allow the pumps to be in a range, so it avoids the constant stops. So it's really a very efficient way to run these things.
So this did go through Public Works Committee?
Yeah.
Okay, any
Mhm.
concerns?
No.
Anybody have any comments? How should we treat this?
Consent.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank
Have
you.
a good night.
Thank you for putting the funding sources on there.
Yeah,
Got all
there's
of
all
it.
your codes.
There's all my codes right there.
Try my best.
I can
They're
enter it into
listening.
my allocation model.
They're listening.
Okay, welcome, Fire
Yeah.
Chief Pat McGammy. He's here to present item A6.
Good evening. We do have a little small presentation. There we go. All right, before you tonight is the resolution to put a property tax increase to the voters. I just wanted to go back over, first I'd like to thank legal for their assistance with updating and helping with our PowerPoint presentation. John did a great job in helping spruce it up. So what our ask is, we have 4 things the fire department is asking for that we discussed a couple study sessions ago. First one is hiring additional staff. Other is updating fire apparatus, future funding for this fire apparatus, updating our facilities, and being able to do that will help enhance our public safety. What our ask is a 48-cent property tax lid lift. This money would go into be part of the general fund. Just a little history on us and our neighbors. To give you an example, Bremerton Fire Department, we average 772 calls per person. And how that number is derived is right now our minimum staffing is 16 people on duty. We have a total authorized FTE of 74. Not everybody's a responder, not everybody's available to respond. But when we do these numbers, they're calculated the same. So our minimum staffing is 16, South Kitsap and Central right around 25, 26. The North Kitsap agencies, that includes North Kitsap, Hallsville, and Bainbridge Island, their minimum staffing for those 3 departments together is 26, I believe. Is that right, John? Okay. So that's how we come up with the number. That's the way the fire service kind of looks at call volume per person. We're running right around 11,000 calls a year. Central Kitsap is running around the same number of calls. They have a much bigger area to cover. And they're doing it with 4 or 7 stations versus us doing it with 3. So that's how that information is derived. We're comparatively very busy per firefighter. The staffing need. Currently, our outline station, Station 2, which is currently by Winco.
There's the female.
That's one of our 6. She's actually a new hire. We just hired her from the shipyard. Station 2, they currently have 4 employees that work out of that station, which is by Winco. Station 3, which is up off Olympus, also has 4 individuals out of that station. Typically, it's a company officer, lieutenant, captain, person that's in charge of the station, somebody that drives the fire engine, and there's at least 1 paramedic that rides on the paramedic unit, and they have typically a firefighter EMT that will drive for them. So So currently, under state law, we have WAC 296-305 that does not allow us to initiate any interior firefighting unless we have 4 people on scene. No. If there's an exemption, if we have a known rescue, right, then the exemption, there is exemption to 3 people on scene. So, but if there's not a known rescue, we have to have 4. Works great when the fire engine and the paramedic unit can respond together. But as we get into our numbers, our call volume's up 24% over the last 10 years. 52% of the time, currently, we're running concurrent calls. That medic unit is not always available to be in the state.
Explain what you mean by that, because I almost thought, because I think I do know what it means, and it's really important. So when you talk about over half of the time you're running concurrent calls, what does that mean?
Right, so let's take Station 3, which is the east side. They get a call, right? And if it's an advanced life support call, then both the engine and the medic unit will go together.
Right.
And then same time, Station 1 gets another call. And so those are concurrent calls.
Okay.
Or Station 3 could get what we call a basic life support call, and one of the units takes it, and then they get another call, and then there's nobody left in that station. So 52% of the time our units are running multiple calls at once.
So when you're talking about your calls volume going up, is the call volume going up for fire or for medical?
Typically medical, but and it's not just medical, it's all kinds of different calls. All, public service, fire alarm activations, structure fire, water rescues.
Other than fire.
Yeah, other than fire.
So my understanding, and I could be wrong, is that 75 to 80% of the calls are not fire, that they're
Correct,
medical.
we're running 75 to 80% EMS calls. That is correct.
And I thought we did get more staff. You said staff had stagnated, but I thought with the last EMS levy that you did get additional staff.
We did. We added 5 staff, and that gave us an additional response unit. So now we're running 2 EMS units out of Station 1. So that is helping, but we're still falling behind on call volume, especially with concurrent calls. And what's not in this is the wait times at the hospital. We talked about this when we did the EMS levy with the hospital leaving. Just our time to get to the hospital and time back was significantly increased, probably 30 to 40 minutes. And that didn't include dropping the patient off. That's just drive time. Now we're sitting on the wall time, an average of almost 30 minutes.
Jennifer?
So I'm about data. You have an increased call volume. It started during COVID. It started to increase. And I know you're going to tell me anecdotally, but do you have any studies to show why the call volumes increased? Do you have any how would I extrapolate that data?
Well, I don't know that you could. You've got an increase in population.
Is there? Have we increased in population significantly?
Since 2020?
No, not really. We're
So-
stagnant.
Maybe 4,000 or 5,000 at the most. I
Maybe.
don't think that much.
Okay.
I will say our call volume has always been high. In 2008, we ran 8,000 calls.
Okay, but we see a 24% increase. So I would, and the reason I'm asking is I want to be prepared. I want to support, publicly, and we're going to be supporting publicly, my guess. As a council as one voice, but then on a personal level, I want to know why the call volumes increased. And I also want to know that we've extended all of our options for supporting in other ways, like the reasons behind a call volume increase. Do you smell what I'm cooking?
No, and I know,
Thank you.
to pick and choose how, we know our opiate responses have gone up, but
Okay.
they're different. now.
It feels like it's
Right.
more severe, like fentanyl is more severe than,
I mean, back when John and I were running on
Yeah,
the calls, we knew when there was a good batch of black tar heroin, right? Our overdoses would go up. Now it's daily, right? I mean, our overdoses that we're dealing with are.
and it's taking
And it's-
more extreme measures to bring people back, and you feel like that's, but is that why there's 3,000 more calls?
People
And
using
why
911,
EMS.
you know, just different systems. You've got a hospital, you know, I mean, we have one hospital.
We lost our hospital, right?
We know, but I mean,
We don't have our ER.
We have one hospital, so sometimes we become the primary care
Well,
providers.
what I also know is during COVID, our ER shut down and moved all permanently,
Yes.
right, to Silverdale.
Right.
So that's, a less opportunity for people just to go in their own neighborhood to an urgent care.
Yeah.
So these things, I would love, like, if you wanted to, like, send me an email for talking points. We don't have to
Okay.
hash them all
Yeah,
out
we will.
now.
I was hoping our call volume might dip some once we opened up in the county, the 3 emergency, you know, the standalone emergency departments.
You
We haven't
can't
seen
take
that
them
yet.
there.
And they're new, so we'll see. But
Yeah, it's probably not people's habit yet. to
Right,
take
they're
advantage of
new.
them, yeah.
They don't know.
No,
if
it's
they
their
can-
medical director won't let them take them.
No.
Well, just people going there.
choosing to go to the new ERs as opposed to just calling 911.
right. I mean, the 911.
Because I think most people probably think I'm gonna have to drive myself all the way to Silverdale to get any care, and they're not maybe thinking of these new, there was 3 of them. Right?
Yeah, you got Port Orchard open, one and the 2 in Bremerton.
I imagine that your call, that your 911 folks aren't gonna say, have you tried going to one of the new 3 urgent cares?
Well, yeah, they have their protocols, and we
I
have,
know.
I mean, with our 911 center, we actually have a nurse line that is available, and they try to push some of the call volume, because it's not Bremerton, just Bremerton's call volume that's up. Every fire department in the county's call volume is up. So, I mean,
Okay,
everybody is growing. It's not a specific to Bremerton. I think it's fire service wide.
it's such a jump.
I think COVID jumped up everybody's anxiety.
Can I go in?
We can
Yes.
give you the data.
Jennifer.
I'm sorry, we can give you the data on like we call 911 for like a calendar year.
Right.
The only thing that I think you just put back in mind is what we put down as the reason. So when we do our reports, we say they called because of an overdose or this. It's not the reason they called, it's how we perceive their call. So that data might be slightly skewed from the justification the person had to call 911 versus our report saying why they called 911.
Okay, like I'm having a heart attack and then like actually it's a panic attack, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's
Something
some
like that.
kind of, I mean, just to bring it down a level,
Yeah,
but,
exactly. So
okay.
we don't have a way to pull what their reason for calling 911 based at to the operator, I need.
But you have-
For this, we have on our report what we perceive their problems to be.
And you have a way to extrapolate that data without like breaking HIPAA and all that stuff. I would love to see it, just like, and I'm not trying to say that in any way to not support what we're doing here. I just want to know so I can explain. I mean, that's a huge increase, right? Like 3,000 in 2 years, in 3 years. So 2 years. In post-COVID, it's still remarkably, elevated compared to 5 years ago. So,
Yeah.
Thank you, Anna.
So one of the things that's been happening is primary cares are closing and urgent cares are opening. And the last time you were here presenting on this, you gave us a list of all of the conditions which multi-care and Virginia Mission, the many names.
Common
right?
spirit.
Common spirit.
But
Yeah.
yeah. What about conditions that these places would not accept? Could you quickly run through them again?
Well, I mean, the big ones are they can't be impaired alcohol or drugs. They can't have any mental health issues. So those 2 issues right there. And what we're talking about us being able to transport is somebody with a basic life support issue. So they lacerated their arm, they broke their arm, those type of things. If somebody's in crisis, they won't take them. We've got to take them to the ER. I mean, that's not an advanced life support call, but because the freestanding emergency rooms are not set up to handle really mental health issues, some drug stuff, and alcohol stuff, they should be able to handle because they're an emergency room, but they don't get, there's no long-term, like getting somebody help that they need to get to, and that's why they've decided not to. We're working with our MPD, the fire chiefs in the county are to try to expand that,
Okay.
but it's just a slower process. But those are the big reasons that we can't take, they won't accept for
And
patients.
another reason with the primary care closing, people are getting sicker.
Yeah, they're waiting longer to call and
Yeah.
not as healthy.
Can you explain why you have to
Part of
bring
it.
like a ladder truck to an ambulance call?
Well, ladder truck or a fire engine. So everybody on our department is at least, except our administrative assistant, is at least an EMT. So, and then we have 20 paramedics. So depending on what the call is, we need staffing to run a cardiac arrest or a serious emergency. 2 people on an ambulance can't run it because there's a lot of different things that have to be done. For instance, a cardiac arrest. Somebody has to put the electrodes on so we can shock them. Somebody has to do compression. Somebody has to breathe for them. Somebody has to put a tube in. Somebody has to start an IV to give them medication. So they're just very staffing intensive when you have critical calls. And then sometimes an ambulance isn't available. So if, for instance, down here, if Medic 1 and Medic 4 are out on a call, the ladder truck's going to get that call. They're going to be the closest unit. So that's why, and our crews do a pretty good job of rotating calls, so not one crew is getting beat up during, a shift. But we all run together. A lot of the calls are staffing intense, and just is what it is to take to run emergency things.
I can't help but think that this is yet another impact of the hospital demo being relocated to Silverdale. And I'm not saying that that was wrong at all. But I am saying that some of the unintended consequences have been left Bremerton to bear. And our inability to provide adequate medical services, really forces jurisdictions to rely on some of our most expensive services within the city. And so it's all connected. I see that. I think the community really needs to understand this, how much of our fire department resources are utilized for medical related services, that it's not just a fire department, that there's a lot of health, emergency health going on. I don't think sometimes the public really understand that and make the next step of holding the medical community responsible. So as we're talking about holding various people or agencies responsible, including ourselves, I think it's important to note that this is just yet another thing that Bremerton has had to bear.
Yes, but I also think our role, right? I mean, we created this wonderful system, the 911 system, and they said if you have all 911, right? Well, some of our generations didn't call 911, right? I mean, it had to be that. We're kind of the catch-all for everything, right? I mean, it's not what back in the 70s, what the fire department was, right? It was the fire department. And then we moved into the late 70s and 80s and we got into EMS. Well, now we're not only into EMS, we're into technical rescue, we're into water rescue, we're, a water line breaks in somebody's house, guess who they call? 911. Guess what we do? We go shut the water off and help our residents clean up the mess. But we're a catch-all. We don't say no. If somebody calls 911, we send a unit. There's no ands or buts about it. We go.
I have, the facility on Kitsap Way is a certified emergency room. We are not without medical care. Harrison Hospital, St. Michael's built a urgent care ER together, so you can come in, be triaged. It's news to me that they won't accept some drug, but that is a full-fledged, certified emergency room. And
We're not arguing that.
okay,
Yeah.
but it sounds like, I mean, what you said, Denise, is that the hospital left us without an ER capacity, and that's just not true.
Well.
Well, they're not able to take.
We're not
the
allowed to
majority
take
of
people
our-
there.
For one medical condition.
No. There's multiple. Those are the biggest reasons they won't.
All right.
If you're having a heart attack, we're not taking you to that ER.
But you could.
Well, that's not the best place for you to be. Because they don't have, yes, they're an emergency room, but St. Michael's, right, they have a cath lab. If you're having a heart attack, yes, you need to be stabilized, but you need to go someplace else to have that problem taken care of, right? If you're having a stroke, you don't want to be at a standalone ER. You want to be at a facility
Okay,
where they
but-
have all the tools and the resources that they need. So yes, it is supposed to be an ER.
It is an ER.
It is to a point.
Okay.
They don't have, that ER is not the same as the ER at St. Michael's.
Agreed, but Bremerton does have an emergency response, and now we have
But their
two.
medical director won't allow them to take them. The medical directors make
Check
our
your box.
choices.
Our protocol to transport is very narrow within to these hospitals. Now, if you walk in with a heart attack, they're gonna see you,
Right.
right? And guess what they're gonna do?
Transport you.
Stabilize.
Stabilize you and
They're gonna
transport you
stabilize
to
and call
Silverdale,
ambulance
right?
So you get to the right place.
Are
Okay,
we collecting
anyway,
insurance from people?
Yes, we do bill for
I,
transport.
can you give me examples of what you can take people to this emergency room for?
Well, I said, somebody that's got a broken arm,
Okay.
bloody nose,
Bloody nose.
Yeah.
People are calling an ambulance for a bloody nose.
Sorry, put a
Be very
tampon in it.
scary.
Anaphylactic shock.
Okay, yes.
That might be pushing it, right? They should be able to
Okay.
handle it. That's on borderline. So.
Is that someone you like
We call them.
call ahead and
Yeah, we'll call
they'll
and say,
say,
this is what we got, and they tell us.
also obviously being on their current law?
So,
I mean, but if you, but you can't take anybody who is high or drunk.
nope, or if they're having any type of mental health problem.
Is that
How
because
would
of
you
your
even
medical
determine
director?
that?
Well, no, that's because they won't take them. They don't have the resources.
What
So
about shock? What about, I mean, is that a mental illness in the moment? Right. Oh, see what we're saying here,
So
Rick.
the protocols are very, very narrow on what we get to take. And, yeah, well, here's it, we're averaging between us and Olympic Ambulance for, and this is for all the stand-up ERs, one patient a day. They're getting one transport a day. And that's between, they get one to Port Orchard, one to Bremerton, and one to the multi-care. So really 3 transports a
Okay.
day between
We are in the weeds. a
us,
little
South
bit.
Kitsap and Central Kitsap.
And
Your other departments aren't gonna transport their an Olympic ambulance as for. But yeah, it's narrow. Again, it takes time. We gotta work on it. They're new, so
this has been a surprise to everyone I've spoken to,
so
that,
Yeah.
that how narrow the protocol.
So
so back
how
to
much
the,
money do we recover from insurance?
so insurance that we bill, we get about $600,000. We have GEMT, which is it's a reimbursement for Medicare and Medicaid.
That is correct.
So we get roughly $1 million in reimbursements from,
Medicaid services, because Medicaid pays significantly less than private insurance does, and they know it. So the feds have a matching program so that us as state taxpayers are not having the full burden of that, understanding that we all pay in for Medicaid or Apple Health, however you want to call it. So with that, there's a mechanism of reimbursement that comes from the federal government through GEMT to say, thank you so much for taking all of these, because right now we're sitting at about 24% of all Washingtonians have Apple Health or Medicaid insurance. That's Medicaid, not Medicare. So if we're looking at 24% of everybody in Washington has that, and we know we're paying hundreds of dollars for reimbursement of your services for a transport when private insurance will pay thousands. That's what GEMT comes in, and that's that difference of trying to make it up.
So how do we only get 600,000 back from private insurance? I know I had to use the ambulance years ago for a family member, and my insurance paid over $1,000 for that ride.
Right, and I think we're $1,300 for an ALS 2, 12 something for an ALS 1 transport. But your insurance is only gonna pay X amount of dollars. We do not send people to collection.
Why not? I mean, the court does.
Let's not start in on
I
how.
was gonna say, it's just been a
collections are.
policy that we've had since Chief Duke was in place, and when we started doing transports, we've never sent people to collection.
Are we still talking about the levy lid lift here?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we are
get
trying
back
to figure out what Michael,
Are
go
we?
ahead.
So first, I've been watching a lot of the TV show 911,
Oh, yes,
and they're always busy.
yes.
You guys seem to have a lot less romance. I wanted to say that.
Yes, thank goodness.
But can we go back to
That we're aware of
the
anyway.
department? Yeah,
That one,
no, one more. That one. I'm curious, so if we can bring in 9 more officers from the office,
Firefighters.
people.
It's not,
I'm
it's just
curious as to
firefighters.
like, if we reran this number with 9 more firefighters, I was wondering where that was a way to illustrate
Yeah.
the delta that we would see as, and what
Where
our,
do we compare now?
so what it would do, so our current minimum staffing is 16, it would take our minimum staffing to 18.
okay,
So we'd hiring 9 is gonna add 2 people per shift.
So it's
So,
an 8.
done. I'm done.
okay, I can wait.
It'll be
So we can
reduced to
move on.
615, I don't know, I just made that up, but a roundabout. 115, my guess. What about?
15%.
No, I,
What if I
We
did
used to
that?
buy a lottery ticket.
Okay, who's next?
You gotta speak up in this.
You're waiting,
I'm
they're waiting.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Who's got another question?
I guess I do have a question. Billing, it seems to me that the fire department billing a citizen is inappropriate. The citizen pays taxes for a fire department. If you have to call an ambulance to transport the individual, agreed, that's a separate requirement. But unless you've got a frequent, somebody you respond to regularly, the ride, I think I already paid for the ride because I paid for my taxes, my property tax.
Right. So with this is the easiest way I know to explain it.
Okay,
When you call 911, that's to get us to the door, right? There's nothing that says we have to transport you, right? I mean, that's just the service that and the rest of, not just Bremerton, but anybody, fire department out there that transports, they bill for their transport because they're billing insurance. But that gets you the ride. The
Right.
taxes that we pay for the equipment, the staffing.
okay, so you're only billing me for the ride.
We're only billing for the
Right,
ride.
the infrastructure is the tax.
All right.
So that just still seems weird that you're saying that only 600 people a year are paying, or they or their insurance company are paying the full ride.
Well, so we have about between 13 and 1,400 transports a year. That's how many we do.
Yeah, but you said you only collect 600.
About 600,000. Right, so not every insurance company pays, the same, and it's based on, so this is private payer, right? That's what that is. So if you have private insurance, that's what they pay. And we don't collect 100% of. what's
Sometimes
out there.
Olympic Ambulatory is also collecting some of that too, right?
No, so
Okay.
the 1,300 transports that I'm talking about are the ones that Bremerton Fire does.
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is maybe sometimes if we're only collecting 600,000, maybe sometimes it's because Olympic Ambulatory is
Well,
transferring.
So we're
I don't
talking
know.
about 1,300 transports.
Okay.
I'm gonna say
I'm gonna leave.
the majority of our transports are not private insurance
Right.
individuals. So
And
a lot
people,
of it's Medicare, Medicaid, and that's where the GM,
Send me in this, I know.
no, people,
GMT comes, so.
and people who are low income are going to access emergency services at a higher rate. Well, because of not able to act, one of the reasons is not able to access primary care physicians at a, the same rate, but, that's my understanding is, so they're more likely to be on Apple Health.
For
Medicaid.
ALS transport for private pay, our collection rate's between about 65 and 70% is what
Mhm.
our collection rate. If it gets into basic life support, where clientele can tend to be a little bit different, we're at about 50%.
Which is also probably a kind thing that you're not sending these to collections, because the predominant amount of people who you're serving are low income residents. So thank you. Anyway, let's not make that too public.
622.
So that puts us really close to self-kidnap kind of numbers. And is it safe to say that the North Kitsap, like, being lower is partly because they're spending more time driving, like, you know what I mean? To these,
Well,
like,
yeah,
or
it's not that, I mean,
your calls are fairly close to your stations.
yeah, I mean, we're very condensed. I mean,
Yeah.
if you really think about it,
I guess
the city's 30 square
I guess
miles.
I'm saying they need more people because they're covering more real estate.
Yes,
The
but-
calls just
but
get
like-
broke up differently.
Paulsbo is not, right? I mean, the fire district is smaller than what we are.
Right.
Paulsbo is the busiest out of those three departments, and they're running about 4,000 calls. Bainbridge Island, they've got three stations. They're similar to us, cover a much smaller, a smaller area, but they're just longer. But the call volume just not there. It hasn't been there, but Bainbridge Island.
I understand.
They have a lot of access to health.
So we talked about the Station 2 and Station 3. Currently, we only have fire engines, WAC 305. Does not allow for one person to enter a building that is an ideal or on fire. We have to have a minimum of 3 people on scene if we have a known rescue. If we don't have a known rescue, we have to have 2 inside, 2 outside. That's not me making this up. It's the state law that we have to abide by. So what we're hoping to is come into compliance with WAC, move closer to national standards. So there is a NFPA 1710. It's not law, it's a recommendation that every fire apparatus has 4 personnel on it. Allows you to be able to perform more work faster, gets more people on scene. This would help get us closer to that. I don't know if it will ever be, Seattle, who runs 4 people on everything. So, or, the majority of your bigger cities run that way. The majority, if you go Pierce County, King County, Snohomish County, those departments are running 3 personnel on their firing. And this will help us improve response effectiveness. Apparatus, as I talked about before, our reserve apparatus are 2004s. They are past end of life. They're very expensive to repair and very difficult to get parts for. Our current apparatus that we have now that are frontline are 2018. Since I've been here, tried to replace fire apparatus every 10 years. The last time we were about 4 years behind, and we're paying the price for it now. Again, like we talked about, there is no funding in the ER&R fund for fire apparatus. Our ambulances, our day cars, those are in the ER&R fund, but fire apparatus are not. We've always had to go ask the public for funding when it became time.
I have a question about that, Chief, if
Okay.
it's appropriate to ask now. Why weren't you ever part of the ERR fund?
Because it's very well. So if you go back, 2004, we went out to bond, we bought that, and then we hit 2008. Right, the goal was to put them in. They
Okay,
didn't get put in, then you hit the recession of 2008, 2009, and
but
sure
this will
they-
establish that.
Yeah,
We're finally gonna do that.
yeah.
We're gonna have some money in it. Are we going to go after other money other than levies and so forth, to pull into that? Are there grants that can be, I'm just wondering, is that going to be refreshed with other funding? Or is this just creating an account with some money in it? We're gonna spend all that and then we're gonna.
No, this would be a long-term funding source.
Okay.
If we are successful in passing this, this would be a long-term funding source for fire efforts. So I've projected it out 11 years, and we will have plenty of money in ER&R, be able to buy the new apparatus and have money in ER&R as long as things don't get super, super crazy, right? If we can level out, we'll be fine. There's a projection, but I'm trying to project out 11 years. But yeah, this will be a long-term funding source for the city to be able to have that money in there. And it will literally double the ER&R, what's going into the ER&R.
And I know you've been thinking about this, strategizing it, probably discussing it with your staff. This has been percolating for a long time, and I know that the lack of participation in the ERR fund has really presented a challenge. So I appreciate that aspect of this, and I think the public really needs to understand that this is like almost a systemic change, that you're making a change now that you might go ouch, but you're not going to need to do it in the future.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna stop going to the, because it's expensive to go to the public. On my last slide, but we shouldn't for emergency apparatus, we shouldn't have to, go out. I mean, the public gets to choose their service level, right? I mean, it's completely up to them on how they want to. So, but it would be nice not to have to do that. Just as an example, I think our general fund reserves are about $12 million. If we don't have those, right? I mean, we had to find the money, because Mike isn't here.
Right.
I don't think he's online. But literally, I need $6 million just to buy apparatus and equipment.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that doesn't make sense to me, right? I mean, we can't do that. We have to find a.
It's not sustainable.
Yeah.
Anna, just really quick, can this new apparatus all have the same axle width? So the speed cushions could be installed?
So here's the problem with speed cushions. Those are tandem axle. The ladder truck is tandem axle, and there's the engines have dual wheel.
So no.
So no, well, they'll have the same as they are now, just as wide, because like a car, you have two wheels, right? So the reason the speed cushions don't work for us is we add a second wheel inside, so it narrows our profile. So you could we talked about speed cushions, no, it's not germane, but the speed cushions would just have to be that narrow, which means any car could jet through.
So they would be the same width as a typical car?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be less than what a typical car would.
All right, just open.
So I had a question when they calculated how much it was going to cost per household. Was that, I mean, now the state has changed it, so people making $93,000 a year, that's the new number for people to get half price taxes and then stay there forever. 93,000. Yeah, that's the new number. And it's up substantially. So the numbers that you're quoting here, like, see, where's that chart? To the end. Okay.
You looking at that one right there?
Yes. And plus we have lots of properties that pay no taxes at all in Bremerton. Lots. Is that all figured into this?
Yes. So when I put this 48 cents together, it was a balance of making sure that we have some cushion and not bankrupting it so it doesn't work. So currently at 50 cents are for the EMS levy is what we collect. We collect about $3.6 million in actual money. That's what we bring in. So that's, I wasn't trying to guess. I was going off what our actual, how much we as a city collect for the EMS levy, and then went off of that. And then when I did, the projections for the cost and personnel cost and everything else, I mean, we have to make projections, and I'm gonna be on the better side of things than the worst side. So,
So is this including tax shifts? Because there's a lot of tax shifts, like multifamily tax exemption. It means they don't pay the taxes, but I do.
You do,
I
yeah.
pay them for them.
Yes.
And the same with, a lot of other properties besides MFTE.
Correct. So, I mean, I don't
It's
get
on the
into,
assessed value.
I don't get into, individuals. We look at the assessed evaluation and then what we collect, right? I mean, there's an assessed evaluation and it's, we collect 50 cents per, but there's the actual money that we do collect. And that's what I made this projection off of. I would have liked it to be a little bit higher just because it would have given us a little bit more buffer, but 48 cents is a big ask. I completely understand it. So
then the fire department would be getting 98 cents of our, what will it be now? Just about $2.
So the EMS levy is completely separate. That money is got to go towards EMS services. That's the only thing that can be used.
I'm not saying to take it away. I'm just trying to make it really clear what percentage of the property tax with this increase would be strictly going to the fire department versus all the other.
Right, we would go, well, and there is a little bit of drop because the 2015 bond just came off in 2026. And I want to say that was 9 cents, I believe. So this 48 cents would really be 30. I mean, to the taxpayer, the next year will really
The net on it.
39
cents.
39 cents.
Yeah.
So, and then in the end of 27, the 2004 public safety bond, that will come off. And I want to say Mike said that was like 18 cents. So there will be.
So our
some
taxes are gonna drop. Oh,
and you're not holding me to that one.
yeah, I know.
I have a clarification, include the math, so you can map the map.
Mhm.
I looked it up. And I realized sometimes insurance companies are part of the problem, not the solution. Just throwing that out there. But
Really?
I know, right?
Hang on,
So-
hang on, we need time to
The,
recover.
the Bremerton rates and fees for you guys for just billing purposes, looking at ALS transports is $1,280 per transport. I mean, really, really close on that one. And that one's if you bill through the second billing one. Medicaid pays $168.43. That's it. So
Mhm.
as many transports as they have, same service being provided, everything exactly the same. Bremerton rates and schedules, which you guys just did not too long ago and said, yep, these are the amounts. $1,200, which we know even that doesn't cover how much it would cost to get from A to B. Every Medicaid insurance transport is only paying $168. So that's where that GEMT comes in. That's a line item on our budget.
Well, let's hope we keep getting that, Mr. Trump.
So can I give you an example?
Did not put that on their radar.
Chris, you're talking about GEMT. So I do our cost report. And the reason I did a little history, is it okay if I?
Yeah.
Okay. So when the GMT program came out, myself and John went to it was a new program for the state of Washington, and we went and they gave us a presentation, and there, of course, were some private companies that would be more than willing to do your cost report for you. It's a 10-page spreadsheet, but we have to gather all the information. So we have to put all the information together, and then we hand this to a third party. For Bremerton, it was $35,000 plus 10% of whatever we made. I had a hard time with it. So I've taught myself, probably not the greatest, but I've taught myself how to do it. We've gone through multiple audits, come out on the positive every time. So I'm happy about that. But just to give you an idea of where I'm at, I wasn't gonna pay, and I'm fire chief, I should not be doing the cost report, right? I mean, but it saves the city $50,000 a year. So,
I'm not trying to say that you're not.
no,
You're not trying to be fiscally
Yeah.
responsible. I'm just trying to say, this is a huge ask for residents of Bremerton.
I
Huge.
100% agree with you. There's no doubt about it. And I'm hoping we can educate our citizens to the importance of what this will mean for them. But like I said, ultimately, our citizens get to decide that this is letting the citizens decide their fire service level. And if they vote no, then they understand the 4 bullets, right? We won't be able to remodel if we have a structure fire and we only have 2 people on scene. And if our apparatus, if we don't get to replace our apparatus, then we're going to become way more expensive to repair and we're going to become less reliable. I mean, that's just the facts of the thing. So
So if there's another first responder there, does that count?
what
Like
do you
if the police are there,
No.
do they count?
They're not.
It's just,
they're not.
They're not.
But if the battalion chief was there, right, then he
they
could
could be a person.
he could
to-
be he could be a part of that. But
You know, the stand outside guys is what I'm talking about.
yeah, but no, it can't be law enforcement.
Were you gonna volunteer, Jane?
Well,
You
they've
can come
tried-
right there on the engine with us.
No, thanks.
Denise?
The pushback that I feel, and this isn't going to surprise you, is that this is in the midst of a greater context. So cities around the country are dealing with it. We're certainly dealing with it. We're looking at potential budget cuts, right? Potentially. I'm not saying we're going there, but and some of us have been expressing concern about that for a number of years, that we're seeing this trend, so it's not that I don't support this. It makes a lot of sense to me. It is a huge ask. I'm worried about everything else that we need, and we're going to have to make cuts. And is this going to restrict us at all in going to the public to ask them for anything else?
Now, if you read the whole thing, it does allow us to ask. Doesn't mean we're gonna get it.
So the city
I mean, it does, it would, we do have to allow that if the citizens just voted for this, 48 cent increase, that they're gonna be probably about here with an increase. So that if we do, we've been asking, this isn't for you. I wish Mike Riley was here. I really do. I wish our director of finance was here, because I keep asking, I know, Michael, Vick, now you're gonna say, we can't wait for a perfect plan. I don't care if it's perfect. I want a plan. I want a plan. How are we gonna fund a city? And, doing it like this, it's whack-a-mole, and this is a big whack-a-mole. So I really, it'd be a lot easier for me if it was big of a part of a larger plan and instead of just piecemeal. That's where my real caution comes from.
Okay, I speak for you.
Sure.
Okay.
Speak freely. I love it.
You've been holding back.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you. We realistically, the city needs to run this at $1.25 or $1.30. I don't know what that looks like, right? Unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm very privileged to be the fire chief, and I run the fire department. And it's not that I understand that public works need people, and law enforcement needs help dearly. I don't disagree with that. We tried that once, didn't work, right? So I don't know what the city itself running a property tax list looks like. I know what this one looks like, and I know where the boots on the ground and where the money's going to come from. It's sitting right back there, right? And people that he represents. they're gonna be the ones, they understand, we've had long talks, what this means and if we're fortunate enough to be able to run this, what it's gonna take. It's gonna take a lot, and it's gonna take a lot of education, and the public school might say no, but we understand what it is. I agree. There's a lot of needs in the city, but I don't.
I
don't get
understand
ridiculous,
that,
But I mean,
but from our perspective, we look at it all,
100%
right?
respect.
So I know that, and I respect I appreciate all the work that you've done on this and bringing this far. The only other thing that I want to say, and then I'll defer to others, is most, if not all of us, are aware of the potential, the possibility of some kind of consolidation, some kind of creation of a district, a lot of different models, right? And so that's the other, we haven't really been educated about all that. We've been educating ourselves about it, which is dangerous. We really do need to focus on it. But do you know where I'm? Yes, it's okay if you.
No, I just want to ask Council President. So consolidation. So I know Brian just talked about the state legislature passed them. So fire district funding, they are limited to 50 cents for EMS and $1.50 for fire, $2 per thousand. Our current budget, 2026 budget, is $2.87 per thousand if you were to put us on that funding. That 87 cents is over $5 million. So where do those cuts come from, right? So we're not talking about merging with Central Kitsap or anything. We create our own fire district. I don't have an HR team. I don't have a finance team. I don't have a shop. I don't have IT. I have none of that. So not only are we short $5 million to be able to fund what we're currently doing now, where does that money come from, right? Another $1 million, $1.5 million to hire that staff. Same thing if we were to merge. So I'm asking for 48 cents. If we become our own fire district, guess what the citizens are charged now? $1.50 more than what they're currently paying.
Minus the EMS.
No, I'm excluding that. $1.50 for fire. EMS is already here. The citizens already paying. That would be basically a pass-through. You're talking about $1.50 per thousand more to the citizen. Now the law, right? Now the city doesn't lose, if we become their own, they don't lose their taxing authority. If we were to join Central Kitsap, right? City's capped at 332, right? That's their property level cap, or $1.47. If we were to join CK or make a fire authority with them, citizens are going to pay $1.50 a thousand more than what they're currently paying, but then the city would have to drop down what their collection rate down to $1.37. And then to fund it, if we were to join CK, the city's going to have to come up with another $4 million just to fund it. So now our taxpayers are going to pay $1.50 a thousand more, plus the city's going to pay $4 million. On the back half, the city's going to have maybe $3.5 million extra, right? Because we're not out of there. But what's that doing to the citizens, and what's that do to service level?
I love the way your brain works, and I want you to put everything that you just said in, guess what?
An
An infographic. No, I have been asking for this. How is it all connected, and how does it all work, especially around consolidation? And because the community is talking about this, right. And they're going to have an expectation of us that we're somewhat knowledgeable about it, and that we're going to either, come to these tables and know enough about the larger context. I don't like making decisions in a vacuum. I want to know how it's going to impact that bigger picture. So yeah, get John Hinkling on the.
So we have a meeting on April 4th. They completely go off the rails with a consultant that was putting things together on the county-wide fire department and looking at that. We've had discussions, so we will get things out and we'll have more answers. But it's just, even for Central Kitsap to take on Bremerton, they have to add staff. Well, there's no funding to add staff. The only way to make this work, I'm the one efficiency. If
I
we're
know.
going to central pits up, I'm the one efficiency.
You've been saying that for a few years now, and I almost think it's wishful thinking. Gee.
So I can't tell you how disappointed I am that we're not looking at a big financial picture. This is really real. Jennifer, just a minute. I'll get to you when I'm done, okay?
Okay. Good
This is-
gracious.
And it's not you. It's not you. I just think this is a really poor way of this being presented to council, like, just do this, and maybe this miracle will happen here and this miracle will happen there. It's just a bad way for us to look at an overall budget. And it's not you. I really wish our finance director was here. We've been asking for information for quite a long time, asking, where we can get money, what are our avenues, and then all of a sudden we're thrown with, oh, let's do a levy lift for 48 cents per thousand. It's not the way I do my budget at my house.
And I completely respect that, but if I don't do something, right? I mean, if this isn't the answer, where do I get the money? I minimally, I need $6 million to buy fire apparatus, and I need to order those really last year, but now the times are getting better because there's a lot of pressure on fire truck manufacturers right now and a lot of lawsuits. But so that's getting better. I really need to have them here by 2028, no later than 2029. But I mean, someplace we got to come up with funding.
Yeah.
Right. And this is the way it is. My thought and discussions with, staff and everybody else is we have this need. If we're going to go to the taxpayer, let them decide. But again, you guys are the body that directs that. So I'm making the ask, and you guys get to tell me yes or no. And I understand where you're coming from.
Jennifer, do you have a comment?
You'd be kind to me now? Thank you.
Well, we'll talk later.
Yeah. I would like to be treated with respect in the meeting as well.
Me too.
So, I think, I'm a little uneasy about, this amount of money being asked of the taxpayers, but I guess we have to trust the taxpayers to make their own decision, right? And, I feel like, some of my colleagues have a different opinion than I'm having now, which is how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? And you're literally right now the only director come to us with a solution for how to improve their department's budget. And so I just want to honor the work you've done on this and say thank you. And that I appreciate your effort in that way and to recognize you for that. Thank you.
Real quick, I'll try to blast through these.
Any
last
other
couple.
questions?
No.
Oh, you still have more slides?
Few slides. So station one, we talked a little bit about it. Currently, we're out of room. We're out of office space, we're out of bedrooms. So, and why that's important is if we hire new personnel, they don't what we call count. So they're not able to count as staffing, but they need training. And we a lot of times hire more than one. So right now, I think I have 5 on probation, John.
Yeah.
5 people are on probation, and they need to rotate around stations so they understand their equipment and everything else. I can't move it. I can't bring a new person down to station 1 because there's no place for them to stay. So that is important. I get it. The station's 20 years old. Just a fun fact, that fire station square footage wise is less than what we would go out of on 817 Pacific. So that wasn't real well designed, but square footage wise, it was less. So anyway, my side note. But we need to be able to do that. With this, it will allow us to get some more bedrooms, some more storage space, add bathroom, add laundry facilities. So that is important to us for our operations now and into the future. We've talked enough about the ER&R fund. I don't need to beat that up. There's no money.
But I think an important piece of that is it's creating a sustainable way to maintain
Yes.
apparatus.
Yeah, hopefully everybody understands it. And we don't have to continue to, I mean, we went to the taxpayers in 91, we went to them in 04, we went to them in 2015, and overall bond. And I get it, that's how you buy equipment.
That infographic is a good one, Chief.
John.
To me, the good thing about the ER&R is it's you're not coming up to the kind of the date and then going out for a bond or
Right.
you're building this fund, and then if you need to say like, you know what, let's wait 6 months or a year, let's get a little more life out of these units, maybe because they're performing better, but also if you have the fund, you could order one. I mean, fire trucks get wrecked sometimes. I know, I'm sorry.
We're had one of those.
Knock on.
Things can happen.
Yes, no,
Things can happen. And, and then what do we do?
But
So,
let's not go down.
okay.
So ER&R fund is long-term sustainable funding for apparatus. We talked about this a little bit. Levy lit, this would be the cost of the 48 cents. So for a $500,000 house, approximately $240 a year, or around $20 a month. Any questions there? Okay. So last slide. Levies versus a bond.
Yeah.
So property tax would go out to the taxpayers once. The election cost is what it is. $10,000 to $15,000 allows us to add staffing and long-term funding for the fire apparatus. There is zero interest. A bond is a one-time funding source. So we go out for X amount of money. It allows for capital costs, right? So we could buy the apparatus and do the station, right? Remodel the station, those capital costs. There would be no long-term funding. And there's a bond cost, I think Mike said, just to do bond, to sell the bonds is around $30,000. That's not in here. I didn't put that in here. But a 10-year municipal bond for $7.5 million at 3.4% interest would cost our taxpayers $1.4 million in interest.
Yeah.
So, and then again, the next fire chief will be back here in 10 years asking the public for funding again. My thought, my brain works funny sometimes, is stop, right? We've been doing this, and we've kicked this can down the road. If we bond, there's no long-term funding. So again, there's not enough general fund money to add $700,000 a year into the ER&R fund to build up currently where we're at. So you're literally doubling what's going into the ER&R fund. So I do have one ask. That is the end of my presentation. My one ask is, if you allow this to go forward as council, that we have your support, because I can't go out to the public and not have everybody's support and have, negative input coming from inside the building. So that's all I ask. If we can't do that, then let's find a different direction. But I feel like we will need everybody's support if this goes forward to be able to pass it.
Well, and really, any decision that this council makes, once we make this decision, we're all united. We all stand together and, or merely state that the council voted, this way. So, the time to share our concerns is now.
Any more on the presentation? I'll stop today.
Anybody else have any comments, questions? How do you want to treat this?
Consent.
I love you.
It is a question.
Yeah, I support this.
I
It's
support
a
it.
solution.
I support it.
making. With huge reservations about bigger things.
I just need to know
I-
if you want it on the
yeah.
consent calendar or general business, that's the question. So consent or general?
I don't like putting it on consent.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay,
Okay,
general,
Big of a deal.
how many people want general?
sure, I'll go, I don't have it, I'm agnostic to it, honestly, whatever y'all want.
I'd be okay with that. I just feel like the kind of thing. Although we're talking for next Wednesday,
Yes,
and it's gonna be, well, we don't know where we're at with public comment. I
it'll
guess,
still be written public comment as of next week. We don't have a
Right.
resolution to change it.
but that could, then we could do consent. But because the
Oh, because it's
comments,
handled-
because the
handled the
comments
same way.
wouldn't be any different.
But then there wouldn't be a presentation, that's what we would get, what would be missing.
This presentation has been available to the people, what, twice, 3 times?
I don't like the idea of putting a levy left on a consent agenda.
I say general. General,
General business
Yeah.
it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
it's good points.
You know, one good thing about putting it on general is that there will be more comments and enabling you to gauge public support. Yes.
Here's another presentation. You had an excellent point earlier.
Yeah.
When you brought up the fact that you guys had been collectively asking, because I stepped into it in November, when we came to the first budget meeting. And it was one of those things that was presented where it was like, we've asked and now we're getting the same kind of thing. So it was really good to kind of put that out there to everybody of we are expecting directors to kind of look and be creative and figure out, because if we're having those conversations in November, it's not gonna be as lovely, yeah, so. That was an excellent one.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just briefly going to talk about the budget workshop that Michael and I did. It was pretty well attended last week. And we sent out a survey to everybody who attended for their feedback, and so we should
Got a
have that.
response already.
Yeah, we got some, so
Working.
by next week or the next study session, we can let everybody know what the responses were. So budget preparation discussion, our next discussion is gonna be the April 22nd study session with, Mike Riley. And then, tonight we are going to item B9, clarifying that there will be additional plan discussions about the council rules and procedures. Tonight's discussion will focus specifically on rule number 9, item related to public comment, and item 3 related to public recognition. I thought we had come to some consensus over
Yeah.
public comment.
Can I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
I would love for you to present what you'd like to do based on what you've already heard. And if we differ from that, maybe we could talk a little bit. If
That's a good
folks
idea.
feel like you heard us and
Okay.
you get the brunt of this.
Really?
So I don't envy you a bit, and so I would
Sure.
love for you to lay it out, and I'll tell you where you're wrong.
Okay. So.
See how that goes for you.
I want to make sure everybody in the audience knows public comment is when you are commenting on our agenda, our consent agenda, general business, public hearing. Those would be public comments. And the general consensus that I think we came to last time was to limit it to 90 seconds instead of the 3 minutes it has been. We're going to add some things about putting the rules up on the screen. It's still the First Amendment, though. I mean, we can have all the rules we want. People are going to be able to say whatever they want, and it's not like I've got a magic wand that I can push a mute button on it, because then we could get sued for somebody thinking we didn't follow their First Amendment rules. Is everybody kind of in agreement? That's what we decided last time?
Okay, public recognition. Number one, I hate the name. It sounds like you're getting an award. So I did get some really good comments, and the one I like the best is community comment period. Or just community comment instead of the recognition. And then hopefully most of those comments are people who actually live in our community, which would be awesome. There's been discussion, but I haven't heard final response from whether or not IT can do some things for our Zoom callers to try to make sure or try to limit some of the hate speech.
Well,
Or
Well, sending links to, was that the one?
pre-registration,
Yeah.
yeah, I think we can do it. We could, we can, similar, okay, before October, we were doing call ahead for, comments or public recognition. We can start doing that for everything, and then I saw that some cities were also taking the extra step where they were sending the Zoom link, which we do for like presenters, I know it's a possibility, but that's the direction that we want to go in, where instead of them kind of calling and getting on a list, they actually are just like, here, you get sent a link. I can reach out to those jurisdictions and find out if maybe, has there been problems with that, if people start, sending it out, and everyone has a link, but I'll figure it out.
Okay.
We can do something here.
So that was one. Then there was discussions on whether or not we could have people sign up to speak. I see a lot of problems in that because number one, people are going to forget to sign up. We can't ask people if they're a resident of Bremerton. We can't ask them what they're going to comment on. I mean, those things are protected. And then a lot of times you'll hear somebody make a comment and it'll trigger an idea in your head. Either you oppose it greatly or you agree with them. And that's another reason why I would like to keep it at 90 seconds. So you start off saying, I agree because, I disagree because, instead of the long stories about, Denise, your hair looks lovely
That's
tonight.
public comment.
That's for all of them.
Well, you don't agree with a community comment. You're up there to say,
But somebody, no, I'm saying the second person,
okay.
coming up.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so
Sorry.
just to be like at a 90-second, be succinct, and then we could, if they wanted follow up, we should have a place for them to sign their name and email address, and then I'll let them know before they start community comments. So that way we can say, hey, this person was asking about waste management. So can somebody respond and give that list to staff, or if it's something that we as a council member can handle. No, go ahead.
So, well, first, there's going to be a time limit, right?
90 seconds.
No, I mean on the whole period,
I haven't thought of that yet.
half an hour.
So what happens if you're at number 32 minutes? I can see not letting it go on forever, but I
Let's shoot for, it's the same thing as with the 90 seconds. We'll shoot for a half an hour, and if it's like something huge, like the anti-camping, then, because otherwise,
We could all volunteer a minute of our report.
I will be happy. I will be the first to volunteer. How's that?
and I wanted to talk about this too, but yeah, go ahead.
And the other thing I wanted to say was that, we can't demand people's addresses, but we can say, hey, we'd like people from Bremerton to go first. It's on the honor system. We're not gonna ask you anything about it.
I don't know if we can do that, can we, Kylie?
I doubt it. It'd be really hard to enforce. But I
Yeah, they
think-
would,
No,
what
they
if people
wouldn't be able
buy?
to enforce it.
But I think we can easily say, this is designed for the residents of
There you go.
Bremerton
Yes,
to discuss city business.
In a
the council.
respectful manner.
I don't know about that.
Well, then,
Well, we-
it's what it's designed for.
we can put that in, yes,
Yeah.
and state it. Will they follow it? Most will, not everybody.
Just as the expectation, at least,
Mhm.
you know?
Yes, I agree.
I I do believe that having people sign up so that if they want to speak, they get the chance to. So the fire department levy list, let's say that's on clipboard number 1, and 5 people sign up that like to make comments on it. Now you can say, okay, come up. You can call up the 5 people, so they signed up. They did their. Then at the end, you've got to say, is there anyone else that would like to make comment? But at least you respect the 4 or 5 or 1 or 2 that at least
Made the effort to show up.
took the effort to sign the roster, and then you call them up. Because I agree with you. It may trigger somebody to say something else, and you don't want to deny that. But I just think it would bring some order to the evening or to the commentary.
I don't disagree. Is that something legally we can do?
And then also just if people want to follow up, like go find your counselor.
And you could put on their name, and you could put address or council
They'll
district.
fill it in if they want.
They fill it in if they want.
Like, yeah, would you like a response, please?
Yes.
Or follow up or something.
Okay, so does anybody have other thoughts, ideas of how they would like to see what I'm gonna call community comments now?
What time would position
Oh, the
the
place.
agenda?
Yeah. Okay, so my thought is this should be before, like after the mayor's report, but before council reports.
I like that.
And I also want to kind of see if everybody can not have super long reports and kind of keep it to city business or events that are happening. You know.
I think that would be a good gesture for us to have sort of briefer reports.
Yes.
And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
since we will soon be having access to the web, we could like put our events up on our council site.
You know, one of the things is, in my time here, really, there's like, well, people didn't used to do like reports, and I kind of regret that that's even the name of it. It was more of just like it was more of like a council member comment. It was just like a check-in, and then there's a few folks like on this great at putting together slides and like Alice's restaurant with arrows and paragraphs. And like Jeff used to always get like data slides and
Oh
things
my
like
gosh.
that. But anyway,
So many
like it was more of just like a little bit of check-in. I love when we hear about new businesses and things like that. But yeah, you know, I would say honestly, I'd say if you got that kind of stuff, you know, do your town halls and things like that. But
Yeah, I mean, nobody cares what I personally am doing, but they might care that something's going on at
I
Olympic
think-
College.
I think what I hear you saying is that you appreciate when we share more positive news and not kind of use it as an extension of.
to attack some
That's
department.
hard. It's hard to hear that as well. Just a matter of.
But by having reports after community comments, sometimes there may be things that we could
Respond to, absolutely.
So that's
But-
what
And
I
that's-
like the.
We have to
I
remember.
also like what Jane does with the compilation of here's where your property taxes go, and here's the money we spent on homeless people. I think those have been.
Those are educational.
They were
Oh,
educated.
I'm not saying this on a place at all.
Plus,
So-
next month is poetry.
We can also build in other.
Oh, no.
So we'll-
You have next week.
well,
You have next
you have
week.
60 days till I push this. But I just want to remind folks that we set the tone. The way we talk to each other tonight
Yes.
on the dais,
Yeah.
in our reports and things like that. So let's model behavior that we want to see.
Yes, please.
Strike the pose.
Okay, does anybody have any other?
Should we see who by on now?
Yes, hold hands.
Yeah.
No?
I don't
Okay.
know that we're-
I'm not really that kind of person.
I don't want to hold your hands. I love you all.
So, does anybody have any other questions on that? So,
Let's set it, don't start.
Are we gonna do it
When?
next?
pardon
Are
me?
you going to start at this next council meeting?
April 1st, what could be better? No, because we have to codify it, we have to make sure we've got the Zoom.
All right, okay.
Yeah,
Okay. I think you should start it on April 29th.
No.
That's a joke.
That would be a
That would be a good one, yeah?
So,
We can at least announce that we're codifying.
yeah,
let's do it as soon as everything's ready.
yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll announce at the meeting before, so everybody can. Okay, so, Ann, do you have that general notes of what we talked about? Great. Okay, thank you.
I bet they're better than just general.
Okay, we're almost there. Did you say something?
Okay, I was making a quip about how good Anne is.
Ann is great. Okay, so next we're moving to general council. Oh, no, I have one more announcement I wanted to make. We do have a training budget for everybody, well, for us combined. And this year, the big conference is over in Spokane. And we probably only have enough money for probably 2 people to go. And I'd like to give the preference to somebody who hasn't gone. And then if you don't want to go to Spokane, next year it's on this side of the mountains.
Usually in Vancouver.
What are the days of the week?
It's like
It's
a,
usually Tuesday and Wednesday.
yeah,
I'd go to
it's right in the middle.
I'll go to Spokane on a Tuesday and a Wednesday.
Okay, so then everybody, are you the only 2?
I haven't ever been to the one in the summertime.
I've never
only-
been, I've never gone to the AWC conference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm cool.
It's good.
I know, and Denise always
We have
is
the
like,
date.
people need to show.
Ann does. Ann knows the dates,
Oh, yeah.
so you can work with Ann.
Okay, good stuff.
There's other training opportunities. And then plus like our money when we go out for Chamber of Commerce lunches and other.
Was
Oh, all of
gonna say, when
those?
we
All
go
that
out.
stuff comes
We-
out.
yeah.
I'm actually going to
Never
a training in
take me anywhere.
Ellensburg on Friday, so
Good.
I'm looking forward to that. Not the drive or the drive back, but I'll do that.
Mm, sure.
So the Spokane trip, not that I, do you fly or do you drive?
Typically we drive.
To
Could
Spokane,
fly.
you drive?
Yep.
All right.
No red.
Less interest now?
Although, if it's, we get
Comparable.
paid for mileage. And we get paid a per diem for meals, depending on what time of day it is.
It might work out.
It might be cheaper for you to fly there if you want to go stand in a TSA line for 4 hours to get on a flight,
I hear there's extra help being.
That'll all be.
Oh, yeah, I hear it.
Yeah.
I just was curious what the normal
Sorry,
mode
it's
of,
not over yet. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
typically it's drive.
typically it's a drive, okay.
Okay, so we're almost done. General Public Works Committee briefing, please. Denise, do you have any?
A lot of it came through the agenda tonight. Yeah.
reading
And
to
at
say?
this point, I don't know what in the heck else we did. Chance is here, though. He could be.
Well, if you remember something, you can always bring it up.
Yes, or if my partner's here,
You get a chance to say perchlorate again.
Perchlorate.
I cannot.
Perchlorate. Perchlorate. Perchlorate.
So you can't go. Okay, so you don't want to go to Spokane. I hear they have a nice river walk. No, I have jobs.
It's a cool place.
When are the dates?
23rd to 26th of June.
Well, but anyway,
No.
if you decide you want to go, it's something you're gonna have to decide within the next few weeks because
Sure.
it's early register.
All right, got it.
Okay. So Parks, Finance, Investment and Parking Committee briefing, Michael.
We don't have minutes, and now I can't remember.
You talked about a lot of grants.
Well, we talked about a lot of grants, so, some grants at certain levels will come through, and we can give the authority to just tell them to pursue them. So, and I don't have that.
There were 2 for Naval Avenue, there was 1 for Catalyst. I read the note.
Yeah.
Dave Rouse to school and
Yes.
Naval. Yeah.
So they're gonna pursue, they're applying for these grants, see if they can get them, and then if to accept them, it'll come back to council.
Catalyst was 1.
Naval is applying for naval.
No,
Something.
the naval,
Pedestrian.
yeah, I think it's,
Naval Elementary?
no, no.
No, because we're
Safe-
rebuilding naval.
Safe routes is, the safe routes phase one. And then that one, I think we have REIT designated for it, so we won't have to pull from REIT to do that, or if we pull from REIT, we'll be able to refill it back in.
So we're not doing it for a public school? It is a public,
Yeah,
it is
it's public school.
funded.
Charter,
Yeah, but the
public
charter school also is, they're gonna apply, that one's in the earlier stages, but they're also applying for that, for the catalyst school in that area.
Pointing at me, I
But-
can go there.
It-
Like, run it
It's also
over.
in your district.
No, I was just saying, your district.
Yeah, we're gonna put in a fancy
But-
crosswalk for you.
Yeah.
Mind you, Jack, when it's in your district, you're completely.
In general, though, that area could use better, sidewalk improvements.
Yeah, there's sidewalks.
Around the catalyst school and that.
Yes.
Yeah.
13th
And
Street.
it's
so
a
go all the way to
public,
the
it's a
park.
public charter school. So, and that's that was the bulk of it, yeah.
Do we have, up-to-date financials?
No,
Yeah, so the finance committee,
it is, but all we got was that presentation of some grants that they want to start to apply.
So usually there's a monthly financial. And you can go
Yeah, run into
online
that.
to look at it.
Yeah, it's not something that we normally do as part of the finance meeting. So it's,
you
No,
don't
but
review
I
the
do-
financials.
I do see the benefits of it, that we are now in March with this in the finance committee, that as a collective, we have all, at different points said it at different times, that we will be looking at the budget with a much stronger eye. So putting finance on notice that in the finance committee, we would like to talk more about pieces of finance.
Instead of putting everything else in.
I know, right?
but most of our committee work is about what's coming in the future. We're not, those committees aren't necessary oversight for what the different departments are doing. It's to help them prepare to come before us.
But could they be helping us to prepare as well by submitting monthly financials? They're online.
Yeah, the
I'll
financial.
show you
I
where
mean,
they
yeah.
are.
Oh, I didn't think they were on since October, but.
Well, I don't know. I haven't checked lately to see what's been updated, but I was told that they had finalized 2025.
Year end.
That's great. So I have a regional that I went to. I went to Kita, and I was thrilled to hear that they're actually working on childcare, because there are community block grant funding. 2 cycles ago, we had set aside $64,000 for companies that was supposed to be helping with the childcare.
Yeah.
And they haven't even signed their contract yet. So now that PETA is doing a lot of work with it, I talked to Belinda, and she's going to be talking with Andrea, because I believe Sarah's on maternity leave, so she's not available to discuss it with.
Yeah.
So there's some money that might be available for us to help something more local. And they had other initiatives that they're doing too, but that one I thought was really important for us. They did get a huge grant, not Kita themselves, but they helped push it through from Senator Murray's $6 million for the childcare center down off Quincy Square. So, and that I think mostly is to help offset the problems a lot of shipyard families are having without having convenient childcare.
YMCA.
Yeah, but they didn't mention the YMCA, they just put the childcare part, so I don't know.
I think it's a partnership with the YMCA, and it's right across the street from the Roxy Theater.
Yeah.
And if you've been in Bremerton forever, it was where the Lance Appliance was.
Yeah.
Way to go on following up on the unsigned contract from 2 years ago and finding that.
Is that CDBG recipient?
Yeah.
It was like a tech.
Okay.
It was a
Yeah.
tech solution to help
Yeah,
nonprofit.
but yeah,
Yeah.
they never did it.
Well, they 2 years in a row, they came in and asked, because I've been on the CDBG, and they just didn't have anything to show
Yeah.
for it. It was
It's a great idea.
tech solution to help a new childcare provider with their books and their everything necessary to, everything necessary
Regional.
for in-home childcare.
Is that transit?
Please.
Oh, did you have something?
I had the 2 regional meetings, but you and I were up, so.
So they've been covered?
No, Jennifer, you were next, but you.
Okay, so one of them will be relevant to you. So if you
Yeah.
have transit, they put up a study that cost, I don't know how much.
At least 100,000.
I don't know, it's in my notes.
Oh, maybe that's why they cut service. Okay, for the study.
Anyhow, it looked at restoring the mosquito fleet in park, like Bremerton Bainbridge, Bremerton Silverdale, I can't remember the other. There were like 3 or 4 different routes. And like everybody's eyes became enormous because it was like tens of millions of dollars to establish new piers and new docking and new access and purchase right of ways and wrestle with DNR over, impacts, which I would have thought was a foregone conclusion, but that it would be very expensive to do these things. So I am going to propose a study to Get Up Transit to find out how much it would cost to do dial-a-ride in Bremerton, just to find out about what fixed route people might want. Second and last was safe parking. John Clausen has looked at safe parking and there seem to be lots of complications, and anyway, it's something that's better to be dealt with at KRCC. So it's going over to KRCC because it's
How?
countywide. It's countywide.
How is
So is Kids Up Transit.
so he's gonna bring it up at KRCC?
I believe Katie Walters is going to bring it up at KRCC, but I can't be sure. It's going.
If she doesn't, then we need to, is that what I hear you saying?
I'm
Bring it
not
up?
making any recommendation. I'm just alerting you that here's what's happening.
Thank you. Yeah, if you want me, yeah, if it's all right, Jane was at these meetings too, but we spent a lot of the Kids Up 911 meeting talking about managerial compensation. That's most of what we talked about, to be quite honest, but our director at Kids Up 911 is the very well paid administrator. And so the discussion was really surrounding that. There's gonna be more to come about that, but they decided on maybe the analysis was on what the 50th percentile and the 75th percentile looks like. And so I think we kind of landed at, let's stick around the median. I'm looking to the mayor here.
We voted on 50.
We voted to keep this is what's interesting. It's going to be lower than the assistant director.
We'll probably bring something forward that's gonna be a little bit above 50 and between 75 and 50.
Yeah, so that the new director
Yeah.
won't be paid less than the assistant.
Compression's an issue,
Mhm.
but at the same time, everybody probably knows that we're at the upper range for all 911
Mhm.
agencies in the state
Yeah.
for compensation.
Even Santa Barbara, California. That's-
Oh my God.
And so the compression factor, meaning that the managers get paid a certain amount, and then you don't want to have somebody who's higher than another person getting paid less. I mean, than the person they're overseeing. So that's what we talked about mostly, which is really interesting because the amount of money they get anyway. Okay. I had a chance to sit next to Amber Caldera from the Port Campbell Slalom, and she's the one that actually brought up the fact that Kids Up Transit is known. This is KRCC. I shifted gears. Sorry. Kids Up Transit is no longer serving Hansville, Port Campbell. There's other areas they're no longer serving. Once she said something.
Aren't they still serving them with dial-a-ride?
I don't know. That's a good question. She expressed that they weren't being served. So
That's the word she used, yeah.
So maybe there is a dial-a-ride option, and if there is, maybe we could let her know. But it seemed important enough for her to bring it up publicly and ask for more clarification. She's going to work it out with Mr. Clausen. They're going to have an email. But after she mentioned it, then a couple of other folks came forward and said that there was no longer service in a couple other areas as well. We talked minimally about Gorse Traffic Solutions coming up in quite a few years from now, but quite a few years. But I have a quote here that says, looking like a bridge option.
No, they said there's only 4 options and they're all bridges.
Right. So it's looking like a bridge option, y'all. Preferred alternative expected this summer. Hey, you are done eating your carrots, Anna. All right.
We spent so many years saying, whatever it is, it's certainly not gonna be a bridge. So 4 options, all bridges. I'm so sorry.
Here is something that's interesting, but is being managed. There's apparently a new rule that you can't fly a drone 3,000 feet outside of a military base.
Isn't that been around
Probably
for a while?
This is newer.
Like hundreds.
Oh, okay.
This is all kinds of new things from our upper administration. But it's being worked on with Kitsap County Sheriff's Department, and Jane had to go, but why are you not working with Bremerton? Well, Kitsap County has a similar type, they already have a drone policy. And so they're working with Kitsap County to refine their drone policy before they come to Bremerton. The local agency would be the enforcing agency. Bremerton would be the enforcing agency. So the Navy also like our local command, we have a new commander, right? We have,
Yes.
okay, great. And I met him, and he said we're working with the Kitsap County Sheriff's Department first, and then we'll work with the local, police department. However, we understand this is problematic because, I mean, that includes not just the Turner Joy, but it includes Quincy Square. It includes, 3,000 feet. So the enforcing agency would be your local agency. There are just saying there's grace being placed right now because they understand it's complicated. But
As real estate agents, no more drones, but maybe we could get it so the drone is only like 100 feet.
and they did not take into account, that's the interesting thing. It's 3,000 feet outside of a fence. They don't take into account vertical, which makes no sense to me because vertical gives you a wider range. Whatever, it's our administration. So what can you expect? And that's basic. Do you have anything else to add to either one of those two, Jane? I feel like.
No, but they didn't cut any bus service to Bainbridge Island, so.
No, they did not.
I'll be thankful for that.
Good. Yeah.
Go to the order. Yes, go to the order.
Thank you.
Really quick. So several months ago, I proposed to that, because we were all drowning in email, and I proposed a method that I had been using but that doubtless IT could make it better, and we've gone over the sheets. And I'm looking at my email and it's way down, and I'm wondering if everybody?
Yeah.
Good. That's it. So did everybody fill those out? The sheets that said which stuff you don't want to look at it. Well, if you can ask Christine to send that to you again, because it really is helpful for them to get rid of a lot of garbage email. Not garbage. It's email.
Too much.
There is nothing, it's like almost nothing to wade through. Okay, anything else? See you guys Saturday. Yeah. What are we doing Saturday? Spring fling. Yeah, I'm not there. All right.
Spring fling. Nobody asked me to dance.
Thank you.